April 16th is that first game. It'll be a dual broadcast. It'll be going on two different networks at the same time. The only other time that's happened, the first Super Bowl on both NBC and on CBS. It'll be on NBC and Fox this time around on both of the networks, and we get the opportunity to get some new rules, a twist in this. I'm going to call some of them out, and you tell me what you think. First off, you'll notice that there'll be a three-point conversion that you can go for, a three-point conversion where they'll place the ball at the 10-yard line. It's like a two-point conversion, but you run it for 3 points from the 10-yard line. You like it or not? You first, Brown.
It seems a little bit gimmicky, but they're designing it so that you have to have a 10-point lead to make it a two-possession game. It keeps all the games a little bit closer and more in doubt at the end, but it does feel a little gimmicky.
You like it?
You know what? This is new. Why not? Let's see how it goes. Yeah. I agree with you. It seems a little gimmicky, but I just wonder, percentages. I mean, everybody's got their chart.
Right.
And I guess we don't have I guess you got a percentage on how successful plays are from the 10-yard line.
I mean, if you're down 9, it's a given. You do it, right?
Yeah. You score, you get 6, then you go for 3 to tie it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah. What becomes interesting is the flip side of it. To try to protect the lead, do we need to go for 2 here?
That's true, yeah. Do I need to try to get it to 10?
Yeah, to try to force them maybe to. Yeah, so it makes it interesting there. Another thing is overtime. This is sort of the college rules. I don't know if I like this or not.
I don't like it at all.
What they need to do, and I hope they do it this way, is they put the one team's offense and one defense on the other side, one team's offense, one team's defense on the other side.
Go back and forth?
And go back and forth instead of running people on. But they're going to be alternating 2-point conversions in overtime, sort of like a soccer kickoff, where they'll each get 3 tries, and if you're still tied after that, it's sudden death. It's like you do in the World Cup as you're trying to advance on. So everybody gets 3 tries, and whoever's got the most points after 3 tries is the winner. But after 3, if you're still tied, then it's sudden death. You like it or not?
Well, it doesn't matter. We can't figure out overtime. So it's something new. Let's see how it goes.
I mean, there's no good overtime. I don't like this one, but there is no good overtime in football. But I don't like that, no.
2 forward passes from behind the line of scrimmage are legal. That's the one that most people are having a problem with.
Yeah, I don't like it because it doesn't seem like football. I mean, just imagine this. You toss back to the tailback.
Yeah, or toss forward to the tailback.
Well, no, imagine tossing back to the tailback. He fires one out to the flats to a receiver, and then that receiver fires it across. I mean, you've got legitimately 2 forward passes in one play.
Yeah, you do.
But that seems gimmicky to me.
I mean, the first one has to be behind the line of scrimmage. So basically,
both of them have to be behind. Well, yeah,
no, the first one.
The first one can't cross the line of scrimmage, right?
Right.
I think that's the way it works.
But if you're a receiver coming off the ball, you take a step back. You're a yard or 2 behind the line of scrimmage. You take what could be an 8 to 10 yard pass from a back, and then you're able to fire it all the way across the field.
Yeah.
As long as you have stayed behind the line of scrimmage, it's okay.
I like the action play on the onside kick. You can either kick it onside or you got 4th and 12 from the 35. If you convert it, you keep moving. I like that. I think all football should go to that rather than the onside kick.
Well, that's what some of this is they're going to test this out and we'll see if it works. All kickoffs from the 25-yard line as well. It's going to take away kicking out of the back of the end zone.
Yeah, they want some returns.
Yeah, but remember, we moved it up so that people wouldn't, have concussions as much.
Yeah, but they're also making everybody be on the line. You can't get the running start to try to eliminate some of that.
Yeah, tell that to the guy who's got a 40-yard running start when he knocks the you-know-what out of me. Slobber knocker. That's the show today. We're back tomorrow, and it's Sweet 16 Thursday here on the show. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at lanceslock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at lanceslock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed this NCAA tournament, lanceslock.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all can have the rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Sweet 16 Thursday here on the show. We'll talk brackets and everything. Brown's already... we're going to get on Brown's nerves all day long today.
We're all in on
after
Arkansas.
yesterday, we're going to get on his nerves all day today. Let's start with the fact that
Couldn't be worse than normal.
He is not a truther when it comes to the landmine. He's over here saying this and that.
Well, I can't really figure that out. I do remember giving you that T-shirt. Do you remember where the T-shirt comes from?
This is a friend of yours, somebody who got married, and you were at a wedding in Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's very good.
I actually remember. I don't have that T-shirt anymore, but I do remember that
it was
story.
4 years ago.
Yeah.
So, the roommate, one of her good friends, he married a girl from, I guess, Philadelphia, yeah. So we were up on a wedding on the Delaware River, and the father of the bride actually was an assistant with Rolly Massimino. And so we started talking college basketball. The next thing I know, a week later, I get a package of Villanova T-shirts. And hopefully his team crashes and burns tonight.
Yeah, I'm with you. I hope they lose tonight too. Why, LT? Why are we against Villanova tonight?
It's going to come back to bite you too. I hope you know.
Well, it's probably I'm in dead last. If I'm Dunaway, I'm actually pulling for Villanova in this situation.
Yeah, look what he's
am
doing,
I?
though.
Come on, Villanova.
Yeah, to hedge your bets. I don't know what that was.
Don't get too
Settle
excited there,
down.
Jim.
That was one of these. It wasn't one of these.
Yeah, if we're listing Vegas favorites to win our bracket challenge, Dunaway's probably like minus 300 right now.
Yeah, he's got to be the favorite, right?
Yeah, Brown is probably, you're probably.
I'm the mid-tier,
like
whatever
plus
that is.
120, and
Yeah.
I'm probably like plus 250.
Yeah,
Not a big long shot, but a slight one, right?
But Brown is like he's like the Browns. I mean, eventually he's going to screw this up and go.
Well,
on
I mean,
the strip.
that is the history of this, right? Is that Villanova has a late lead and they just completely collapse tonight, or something like that, or whenever they play, or Gonzaga wins.
Well,
Gonzaga hits a half-court shot to beat Arkansas.
This thing can be over tonight if Villanova wins and Gonzaga loses. This thing can
and
also
over in favor of me if
and
that happens.
over in favor of you. It also can be over by tomorrow night if Villanova loses and Kansas wins. That means Brown's gone.
Yeah, I like that scenario, LT.
So there's some pretty simple scenarios out there.
Well, let's rewind though. So I'm not a truther on what? On the landmine?
Yeah, you don't believe that
Quit
the
rubbing
fact
your
that
boobs.
that I wear their pecs for men. Thank you.
I stand by what I said.
That me wearing the T-shirt
Right.
is somehow doesn't. I mean, I think I'm perfect since we started this platform. If I wear a T-shirt, the team loses.
What? No, I don't think it's that perfect, but you're trying to undo. You've already picked Villanova, and you've picked Gonzaga. So I don't know. You're combining a lot of different things here.
You need to just go on and throw a stake on Villanova money line.
That's
I
not
would,
what
but
you need to
I
do.
was gifted one. I forget what day it was now. I'm still jet lagged.
How is Ronnie Millsap still alive?
Yeah, I was
And now
happy.
I'm getting emails on Ronnie Millsap Essentials. I guess I did a Google search on him too.
What is the essential of Ronnie Mills?
I think he's got like 3 songs, doesn't he?
Smoky Mountain Rain.
That's it for me. I can't go much past Ronnie Millsap on that one.
There's something about
Here.
Our friend C. Stu was going, and this will come full circle.
I
Todd
wouldn't have
Coder.
missed it for the world.
Wouldn't have missed it for
Yeah.
the world. I remember that one.
I
Yeah.
like
There's
that
no
one.
getting over me.
I like that one.
Lost in the 50s tonight.
Oh, Lost in the 50s.
Don't
I remember that
one at
yeah.
all. You guys know Todd Coder, local
Ain't
promoter
no
here.
getting over me.
Todd
That's
Coder,
the way that
local
one goes.
promoter. I like the way you say that.
Yeah, well, he is a local promoter, listens to the show. By the way, he wanted to tell everybody he was in Denver, I guess for a Nuggets game a couple of nights ago. He said Red Panda stole the show. It was better than the game.
Wow.
He said that we were totally off. Red Panda is by far on her best game ever.
We were not off. It was Brown, wasn't
no,
it?
Brown was not. We just asked the question. And people got upset that we even asked the question.
Yeah.
Anyway, the
As
reason I
Red Panda lost a
bring him
step.
up is our friend C. Stu. Chris Stewart is a big, believe it or not, Ronnie Millsap fan. You guys
I do believe it. Yeah.
probably do believe
does
that.
not shock
I do
me.
100%
So
believe that.
Todd had purchased Gutter Cap from C. Stu a couple of years ago,
Right.
and in this conversation, Todd had it was one of these intimate settings, a night with Ronnie Millsap, had C. Stu a table at work play back in the day. Oh,
wow.
And Ronnie Millsap had to cancel last minute, and when he canceled, I thought he had died. That's where I got that from.
That's usually what happens.
Yeah. Oh, he canceled. He must have died.
Unforeseen
Yes.
circumstances.
I had Stevie Ray Vaughan tickets and his helicopter went down.
Okay.
Jesse
did.
over in the
That would be a
chat
good show.
room. Jesse in the chat room. Roll Tide, Jesse.
There's
Ronnie,
no way.
Ronnie Millsap has 35 number one songs in country music.
Don't believe that.
The country music charts. 35.
Led Zeppelin's never had a number one song.
35 is hard to believe,
Yeah,
even
it's
in the
hard to
country
believe.
charts.
I didn't know Ronnie Millsap had 35 songs in his
All right, I'm
catalog.
gonna look up. I'll look this up.
I've
Let's
heard
see.
the three that Rockstar named.
You know who else I confused? Eddie Rabbit. Was Eddie Rabbit blind though?
No.
He's dead though.
Is he?
Yeah. I'll go another state
We're
on
going
that.
to go 2 for 2.
I will not go
Two
another
for two,
state.
Jimmy D.
You
That
just-
was I Love a Rainy Night, right?
I love a rainy night and 2 tickets to paradise, right?
No,
That was Eddie Money.
that's Eddie Money. He is dead. He's dead as a hammer. Eddie Rabbit, I feel good about. Eddie Money,
Holy
I
crap.
know.
My gosh. I mean, all these songs reached number one.
In country music?
Oh yeah, he's right about this.
On Billboard country, not just like,
Yeah. Yeah, U.S. country.
John's country's
No.
hits.
U.S. country, Billboard magazine. He had a bunch of songs that hit number one.
Give me some.
But that's number one in a week. That's not number one for the year. I think the way that's measured is the song that was number one for the year, if I'm not mistaken.
you just got to
No, well, there's no way for 35 years.
That's what I'm saying.
They do it by week, by month, and by year.
I know, but I'm saying when they had the overall number one hit, it's done by year. I think that's the song that was number one for the year. You see what I'm saying? Now, you can say a song hit number one in a given week, and that is true.
Right, but the fact that Led Zeppelin's never had a number one hit means that Casey Kasem never said, and now number one, it's Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, like driving to elementary school, I would listen to Mark and Brian
Mark and Brian in the morning.
on I-95. I never listened to Patty and the Doc.
Yeah.
I would assume Patty and the Doc must have been spinning a lot of Ronnie Millsap back in the day if he had that many number ones.
I don't remember Ronnie Millsap having that many number one hits.
Hey, he did. I'm looking
And
at it
I
right
listened-
here.
It's hard to believe.
I listened to Joe Rumor and a lot of country back in the day.
How in the hell is he doing these small casinos now if he had that many number one songs?
Well, he's
You would think he's a saver.
Ronnie Millsap. I mean, he's old.
His accountant was robbing him blind.
I mean, he's 79 years old. What do you think he should
Any
be doing
day
right
now? It's another good one, David.
Oh, yeah, I do
Any
remember
day
that
now.
one. Stranger in My House was Eddie Rabbit, right? Or was that Ronnie Millsap?
All right, I got Eddie Rabbit right here, too. Eddie Rabbit.
It's just a shame we can't play these songs right.
How old do you think Eddie Rabbit
Damn
was when
shame.
he died?
Eddie Rabbit passed early, and I think it was women and wine that got him. I would say he went down at 59.
He was a longtime smoker. It said he was 56, died of lung cancer.
3-year window.
Lung cancer. His discography, let me pull that up. I'll see how many number ones old Eddie Rabbit has. Not as many as Ronnie Millsap, but he's got some.
Ronnie Millsap did not die. We just
No, he did not.
bringing back a state bet win earlier this week because tonight Villanova almost a lock to advance on.
No, well, they're 5 point. I wish that number was swinging the other way. It's gone from 4.5 to 5 now, and this Michigan team coming to the tournament, I didn't think they deserved to get in the tournament at 17 and 14. I don't know how you guys felt. Now they've won back-to-back games.
Well, they were
and-
obviously one of the teams everybody argued about, yeah.
I mean, this if
Hard to argue now.
You could make an argument if Tennessee would have held on 8-point lead under the 8-minute timeout mark second half. If they would have held on and won that game, this might be the best matchup of this round. Villanova and Tennessee.
Oh, that'd be a fantastic,
Just because of the guard
fantastic
play,
game.
right?
Yeah, I mean,
that'd be
just
tremendous guard play.
coaching, a 2 versus a 3. It would have been a lot of fun.
The coaching, as much as I love Rick Barnes, and I do love Rick Barnes, the coaching's a mismatch in that one. And
ahead.
I was just going to say real quick, because I said this to Lance the other day, the minute Mike Krzyzewski gets bounced from this tournament, as a Villanova backer, I now have the best coach in the tournament.
I don't know
hands
if I
down.
agree with that.
How could you not?
Well, he's got. I do. Look,
I mean,
he's got
who you got to put in front of him?
Mark Few.
Where are his national championships? What banners has he pulled the strings on to run up to the
Villanova
A lot of
major
regional
conference.
championships, that's about it, yeah.
Villanova major conference. They were in the best conference in
top there?
basketball
You're losing
forever.
this argument. Yeah, Mark Few over Jay Wright. Come on, man.
I would go Mark Few.
No, I wouldn't either. I'd go Brown here. I hate
gonna
agreeing
do
with
this?
This is a week I don't like agreeing with Brown, but
How are you going to go Mark Few over Jay Wright?
Mark Few has played. If they get there, it'll be 3 national championships he's played for in 5 years.
I mean, Jay
So let me
Wright.
ask you,
is-
if he wins it this year, do you think Mark Few's a better coach?
maybe. I mean, you could
Okay.
start to make the argument at that point.
but hasn't Jay won 2?
Jay Wright has won too. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Like
let's not
recent
ignore
2,
that.
like 16
Yes.
and 18 or something like that.
Okay, but there's no inconsistency with Few.
16 and 18. Yes.
Well,
And I do think there's something
You're
to
right.
the fact
He is consistently not winning the national
right.
championship.
That is the consistency.
he's been to 7 Sweet 16s consecutively.
Okay. Wimp went to 6.
Yeah,
Is Wimp in this discussion?
They get to the number 1 seed,
Yeah.
so they get a gimme game, and they just got to win one
Look,
game.
I know
to get to Sweet
everybody pulls
16.
against Gonzaga. He's done an incredible job with this thing.
I got them winning my national championship. I'm not pulling for against them.
I would say what I said is you can make the argument. I would go Few over Jay Wright. I love Jay Wright. I think he's a great coach. Looks like a smoker like Eddie Rabbit, though.
Speaking of Eddie Rabbit over there, Eddie Rabbit wrote Kentucky Rain for Elvis Presley. How about that?
Well, I bet people were lined up to write songs for Elvis. He didn't write a lot of his songs, did
He
he?
didn't write any of his
Yeah,
songs.
and I bet people were lined up to write them for Elvis because you knew it was going to be a smash hit.
Charlesa remembers the Joe Rumor show. I brought up Joe Rumor, which was a radio legend in Birmingham, and the Golden Eagle Sopping Syrup Hour. The Golden Eagle Hour.
Don't remember that.
Do you remember the Sopping Syrup Golden Eagle? Do you remember that?
I do not.
For those that don't know, Golden Eagle was this locally made, I believe, here in Birmingham, or at least in Alabama, syrup that basically was sugar, is what it amounted to.
Well, that's what makes it good.
Liquid sugar.
Yeah, who doesn't want that?
But people would pour it on their plate and take their biscuit and run their biscuit through it and eat it. Buttered biscuits.
You know, we used to do that when I was a kid. I don't know if you guys, it's been a long time since I've done this, but back in the day, the Popeyes chicken in Anniston would give you honey, a little thing of honey with the
Yes.
biscuits. Oh my gosh, their biscuits and honey were so good. Did you ever get that, LT?
I didn't go to Popeyes much.
It was one
so
of those
I don't
little.
really remember
It was
that.
one of those little peel-back canisters, and I don't know if they still do it. But you know what I'm talking about, though? It's a little plastic thing. You peeled it back, you dip your biscuit in there, and if you ate inside, they had the squeeze honey.
That's
thing.
what this Golden Eagle did.
yeah?
Fayette, Alabama, still exists. Everyone is saying here.
All right.
Unbelievable stuff.
Oh boy, I love honey on a biscuit, though.
The way we would do it at my grandma's house, both sides of the family, by the way, this was the only thing both sides of our family agreed on. They would put.
Oh, I bet there's more they agree.
They put this little.
Roll Tide.
Bear Bryant felt paintings as artwork. They put this little bowl in the middle of the table of Golden Eagle syrup, and you could just dip that biscuit in there.
Oh,
eat it.
wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's bad for the pandemic, but boy, it's good. man.
Fantastic stuff. It was fantastic stuff.
Because Lloyd's no longer does the carousel of dressing, do they? You remember that? How
I don't
Lloyd's-
think the last time we went in was during the pandemic.
Yeah.
So maybe
the old
they still
carousel
do.
of dressing was fun.
Even our man Brett, Golden Eagle mixed with butter on a hot biscuit. Oh my
Yes, sir.
God! Exclamation
I
points
just
everywhere.
don't remember Golden Eagle. I
really
remember
don't
honey
either.
butter.
I mean, if somebody wants to go get some biscuits and Golden Eagle, I'll try it.
I do have to go to the local Publix tonight. I will check and see if they have Golden Eagle,
All right. Sop and syrup.
and I will bring it up here tomorrow.
Did you get left a list?
She's out of town, so I'm
I
just
know, that's what
I'm
I'm
just
saying.
shopping for myself.
Milk.
Okay, you tell us about Johnson RV Center,
Okay.
and I'm going to tell you, Bachelor Jim, two things I did last night,
Okay.
and I'll see if you guys
Vacuum, folded clothes.
Now I'm sleepy.
That would be the third thing. Tell us about Johnson RV Center.
JohnstonRVCenter.com is the website. Family owned and operated. Our boys Rodney and Nick Johnston, they are great people, man, and they run a great business up there. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. They offer that exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever. RV Warranty Forever on all new models. Financing is available, and they are home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand. You can see more at JohnstonRVCenter.com. They're pulling for the Hogs tonight, too. Woo Pig Suey, Johnston RV Center. All my sponsors today are going to be big Arkansas fans, every one of them.
Sunday night when I was in Vegas, I ate this wonderful steak, right? And it had been a while since I'd had a wonderful steak. So I fly back on Monday, and Maggie has no dinner for me, so I run out quickly and eat Mexican. Great tacos and some guac. Tuesday, she leaves town, so I grill me a steak. I got the old Kamado Joe fired up for the first time at the new location.
Can't beat that.
So I had me a nice ribeye.
How'd you do it? Just a little salt and pepper? That's what you do, right?
Sea salt with a big pellet, the big pellet sea salt,
Okay.
so that melts into the meat.
I got you.
I don't know if that's okay with the grilling king.
And listen, I always say the best way to do a steak is the way you like it best.
So then, yesterday, I run by our friend New York Butcher and get a real steak, a proper steak, a proper cut, and throw it on the grill last night and had steak again last night because LT teased me thinking we were going to go get a steak last night.
Oh, yeah? Y'all didn't go?
So I paid off my own steak last night. So I've had steak 3 of the last 4 nights. There's a
Wow.
good chance I'll eat it again tonight.
Yeah, you should.
Because the wife's out of town.
Uh-huh.
But let's see if anybody other than Rockstar can guess what else I did last night.
You slept naked.
I did that too, but that's a common thing.
Weird.
You guys need to get away from that side of the brain.
So you didn't leave the house.
I did not, which is an upset in itself.
Okay. I hope you watched The Godfather.
I watched The Godfather last night.
Good for you.
Yep.
I was going to
Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday.
That's awesome.
I've got lines now.
That's really good.
I mean, I feel
I
like I
was
was watching
going
the
to
movie.
suggest that you do this, but I figured if I suggested, you probably wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
And I was just hoping that you didn't find your way out socially last night, and
did
because you
not.
had a night off,
Yep.
maybe that's why I gave you the pass from not going last night.
So you
by
had
the
never
way-
seen The
By the
Godfather?
way, 2 hours and 55 solid minutes.
Oh, it is not a short movie.
It is not a short movie.
What's your favorite part?
We're going to save it for later.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about it later
Why?
on.
Well, there's a
Why do you
reason
bring
we
this
bring this up.
Can we say why you're bringing it?
Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday,
Monday.
Saturday.
Sounds like the count. three cookies. 4.
So March
Monday,
24th,
Tuesday.
1972 was the theatrical release of The Godfather.
That's right.
So it's 50 years today.
That's hard to believe.
And I didn't realize that until our good friend Charlie Vitella reached out to me yesterday and said, you know what tomorrow is?
Yeah.
I was like, hopefully the day Villanova loses.
By the way, I had never seen it.
They got to have mob ties in Villanova. You know they ain't losing. Huh?
I waited.
used to.
I waited. What was it? 50 years. I waited 50 years before I see this.
want to make
why
sure it
not,
stood
right?
the test of time, right? Yeah.
Boy, a lot of wedding scenes. I'll tell you. I'll tell you that. There's a lot of wedding scenes.
Well, there's some significance
Well,
to
I,
it.
Yeah.
I think there's really just one wedding.
There's 2, but it's the first one's a long one.
It is. Yeah, that's the one. If I have a criticism about The Godfather, that first opening scene drags on a little too
But
much.
you're
for me.
setting up personalities.
You are.
And
I
But
know
everything.
I'll
what
give
you're
you a
doing.
fact about that scene
Okay.
later that's really fascinating. And Francis Ford Coppola, what made him what was regarded as one of the best directors,
Okay.
probably of all time. And that scene has something to do with it.
Can I give you a piece of advice tonight?
As long as it's only business.
This Rockstar.
Go ahead.
Please,
Because it's only business. It's only business.
please tell him it was only business. I mean, then they take fish off and shoot him.
Hey, spoiler alert. That's my favorite scene. Hey, but my piece of advice was going to be
You can see how awkward it is if I grew up in the 70s on television.
You just
and
called
I-
it fish.
And I never watched. I never,
Barney Miller?
Yeah. I never watched Godfather.
Right.
And then there's fish from Barney Miller.
At least you didn't refer to him as the guy in the Snickers commercial.
And also in the movie is the guy who tells me that Rubbin is racing later on in a movie.
Robert Duvall.
Yes. I'm gonna say
Radley. I mean,
gonna
I'm like,
say he's probably a little better known for this role.
Yeah, Tom, a little bit more
Yeah.
than, what was it, Harry?
Yeah. I mean, I got fish. I got Rubbin's racing. I got the guy who died in Brian's song is in this movie.
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
I mean, it was
Brian Piccolo.
Yeah, I was all over the place. I was like, all these guys did this before they did their main roles.
Yeah, by the way, that's one of the great scenes too. And my bracket looks like Sonny Corleone at the toll booth.
How many bullets did that take? That's where Lance normally says, "Hey, Rockstar, open casket."
No, that was Rockstar's maid.
I know.
There it is.
That was
that
coming.
door, he's going
I
off
mean, they could not kill Sonny. It was one bullet after another. I mean, they flooded the zone right there. Just make sure we get it. My piece of advice was going to be watch the next one today, whatever, and then shut it down. Pretend that was the last one.
So watch Godfather 2.
2, yeah.
Yeah.
And pretend that's all they ever did, and be like, man, that was 2 great movies.
Well, tell
right
me
there.
what happens in Godfather 2. Like
Well, it's,
do
you
we
get the
do
back.
we, do
You
we
get the
stay in?
back. No, you get the backstory on Vito Corleone.
Yeah, how he comes to the
Yeah.
States.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, It's actually really well done. I like number 2.
Yeah, and
I mean,
it-
1 and 2 are neck and neck for me.
And it shows you how Vito became the Godfather.
Yeah.
And just how he grew. And
So it's a prequel.
Well, parts of it.
Okay.
yeah, and it's
But then it ends.
survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
Like I
But-
was more excited that maybe 2 we go and establish things in Vegas.
No, I think too, you can make the argument, and I've said
Because
this
that guy
before
got the
on
worst
show.
massage ever out of
That,
Vegas.
that was a bad end. It was not a happy ending. No.
That's Mo Green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one through the glasses.
I think you can make an argument. When you talk about sequels, Terminator 2 was better than Terminator. I think The Godfather 2 might be better than The Godfather. It's very close.
Yeah, it's very close. They are neck and neck. 3 is an abomination.
I will tell you that this was not as action packed as I thought it was going to be.
Oh,
There is some dialogue.
Well, this isn't Mobsters with Christian Slater.
Yeah.
So.
It's not even really Casino,
and
is it?
Patrick Dempsey.
It's not even really.
Again, I don't. I mean, there was enough action, wasn't there?
There was enough. It was well acted. It was shot beautifully.
It is an absolute masterpiece.
It was shot beautifully. I mean, everything was lined up on the thirds like they teach you in film class. It was really well shot.
Now, Lunsford said it's the most overrated movie of all time.
Lunsford, I got some thoughts coming up. We'll get into that at 12:20.
I thought it'd be better. This is going to be that way. I thought it'd be better.
50 years of hearing about this damn movie. I wasn't expecting something.
Oh, wow.
I was expecting
Lunsford,
to
have
be
you
moved.
seen all the Star Wars and the Fast and the Furious, and you're calling the Godfather overrated?
Yeah, Here we
go.
I have lost all credibility for Lunsford. That is amazing.
All right, quick break here. Our first guest is not until 11, so we'll open up phone lines too. 205-734-0923. That gets you on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. A lot to get to today, including we'll set the table for the Sweet 16 tonight. Practices going on everywhere. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Simpio. First, tell us about Simpio and how if you're not happy with a lot of things at your workplace, or if you own a business and you're looking to make things better for your employees, these people can get it for you.
Yeah, it's one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Simpio will take care of all the BS in every single office. When your business joins Simpio, they will take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits. It prices only large organizations. Get on average Simpio, saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year. There's no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Check them out. Go online, Simpio.com, or call for more information. Blake and the guys, 205-635-7467.
Last night in baseball, Casey Dunn's UAB Blazers beat Alabama down at Regents 5-4. Alabama now goes and plays in Starkville against the defending national champs in Mississippi State this weekend. In softball, Alabama beat UAB 8-1. Another great performance on the in the circle for Alabama's Jayla Torrance there for that one. Samford beat Jack State in softball as well. When we come back, you'll hear from Nick Saban after practice yesterday in Tuscaloosa. We'll talk a little college football and get you set for the Sweet 16. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at the Legion FC. It is home soccer match time down at Protective Stadium this weekend, 6:30 Saturday night. You can get your tickets at bhmlegion.com, bhmlegion.com. Make sure you're ready to see the first ever Legion Colorado Springs matchup. Big game. The Legion 0-1-1 out of the gate here. Big draw with Tampa Bay, losers on the road to Tulsa. So need the dub on Saturday night. You can be there. $7 tickets under the lights at Protective. bhmlegion.com. bhmlegion.com. Let's go. Hammer down.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
A number of years ago, I could not tell you how much a good night's sleep helps your performance. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, because I wasn't getting a great night's sleep. I am now, and it's thanks to the expert outfitters at Sleep Outfitters. Find a Sleep Outfitters nearest you and do what my wife and I did. Go into the store, answer a few simple questions, and in mere moments, they've got you laying on a bed, finding the best one for you. For us, it was the Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress, and we absolutely love it. It could not have been easier. And right now, when you head into Sleep Outfitters, you can take advantage of the Spring Super Sale. Get any size Sealy for the twin-size price on all Sealy Outfitters and Posturepedic spring mattresses. Full queens and even kings start at $299. With 0 interest for up to 6 months on approved credit, Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses start at just $25 a month. Get incredible free gifts with qualifying purchases valued up to $300 and get free delivery and setup with any purchase $599 and up. That's right now in the Spring Super Sale at Sleep Outfitters. Find a Sleep Outfitters near you when you visit sleepoutfitters.com.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on TNR as we roll on. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Craneworks. They bring you WIMP every week, and I would tell you to go to our video platforms on Instagram and all of that, and find this great little competition that Brownie and WIMP are doing where he tries to name items at Craneworks. WIMP so far is 0 for the video series, right?
He is. We've done 2. There will be more to come. Craneworks, big Arkansas people, they love them hogs, and they like to call the hogs Dunaway.
You're going to offend somebody at some point.
I am not. They love SEC. None like you two that are picking against the SEC. They love it here in the South. Listen, all those DIY projects you got at home, like you need a pressure washer, you need a sod cutter, even some bigger stuff like a towable boom lift, wheeled loader, track loader, skid steers. You can rent all of that in the Rental Works division of Craneworks. Just see more at craneworks.com, craneworks.com. And Rental Works is that division where you go rent it right there. You see it on the video, and it's under the big dog, just like Craneworks off Red Mountain Expressway, downtown Birmingham, craneworks.com.
All right. Down in Mobile, Alabama, that's where John is, joining us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Good morning to you, Big John.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Awesome. You good?
Yeah. Yesterday, it was kind of iffy because I started listening to when y'all were talking to Wimp, and I was laughing so hard I had to pull off the road. Angry Wimp, whatever y'all got to do, Angry Wimp is the best. I mean, that was so funny when he got pissed. Unbelievable.
And he really did for a while. He was really upset with us. Yep.
He was great. And Dunaway, if you've got Villanova picked tonight, that Las Vegas needs to know that, because that'll make that line swing like Tarzan.
Yeah, but again, as Brown pointed out, this is a little difficult because because Dunaway bought a ticket.
That's right.
On Michigan before he left Las Vegas, and now he's got Villanova's T-shirt
Jim's
on.
trying to play games here, and that's when this stuff doesn't work. He's not being genuine with you guys, and I'm offended by it personally. We try to be genuine on the show, and that's not what Jim is doing.
I don't
here.
play radio, Brown, or digital platform.
What happens is we get teased here. Villanova will win the game, but they won't cover.
Yeah.
Well, then that would cash your ticket, so never mind.
You might be offended, but y'all are young. You'll get over it. So,
That's right.
Anyway.
You're right. Thank you, John.
Love the show, guys.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
buddy. That's very
appreciate
nice of
that.
you.
We love you, John.
Yes, we do.
And we apparently love the Hogs today.
Oh, hey, call them.
Yeah, why are you not pulling more for Villanova instead of Arkansas?
Well, because
all Villanova's got to do is take care of their business, and you're fine.
They do, but I like the insurance. Do you have automobile insurance? Do you have
I
homeowners
do.
insurance?
Do I have
what? Automobile insurance.
Automobile.
I got tripped up in it. I'm sorry.
Big leg.
Was that Long Dong?
Long dong.
Thank you. Do you have? Do you guys have insurance? Do you have life insurance? I mean, I'm looking for a little insurance here, Lance. I would like Gonzaga out of the picture here.
Yeah, so much inside baseball here, but it's Brown and us. We've got Gonzaga winning the national championship. You've got?
I've got Villanova.
Villanova.
And I do not want it to come down to Gonzaga v. Villanova for the national championship. That's more pressure than this show needs to take. And I don't.
No, I hope it does.
I don't want the.
I would take that. I would take that.
Well, I mean, I know who's got the coaching advantage, but Gonzaga may have better players to offset that. But on top of that, Dunaway, I don't want to be the unenviable position of having to cheer for Duke in this next round. However, have you guys? And I don't guess this has ever happened. Have you noticed, looking at the bracket, we could have a Duke-North Carolina game in the Final Four?
Yeah, I did notice that. Much talked about out in Las Vegas with a lot of North Carolina and Duke fans who make the trip to Vegas.
It's going to be really difficult when both lose this round.
Well, it's going to be tough to get to, but boy, if we ever did.
But, it's a scenario, and I brought up to them sitting there, being a nice Southern football fan, I cannot imagine Alabama and Auburn meeting for a national championship, though it is possible.
It is possible. Alabama and Georgia did.
And Alabama and LSU did, being in the same division. And it could happen in this bracket, and it would be fun to see, I think, to see North Carolina and Duke, though wasn't much of a game when they ended the regular season in Cameron Indoor.
Actually, neither one of them were much of a game. Duke beat them by 20 on their joint, and North Carolina ran Duke in their joint. So we did not have a good game between the two of them.
What do you think that Alabama-Auburn national championship ticket would go for?
Where's the game? Well, it doesn't matter where the game is.
Yeah, it would be worth a lot.
It'd be hefty.
Yeah, and I think
Atlanta or New Orleans.
Hefty.
I think it'd be a pretty hefty Superdome ticket as well for North Carolina and Duke a week from Monday night.
Especially with Coach K coaching his final season.
And throw Kansas in there.
Be a pretty nice little run. My wife actually on the Duke campus yesterday, and she called and says, "Hey, do you want a Duke T-shirt?" I said, "No, thank you."
Were they playing Saturday in the park?
I already have several in the closet.
I really don't. I don't own a Duke T-shirt.
Well, why do you not want a Duke T-shirt?
I got a few North Carolina T-shirts.
Yeah. Who wants a Duke T-shirt?
Well, I mean, Dunaway wears everybody's T-shirt.
Yeah, there's a chance I will get a Duke T-shirt at some point.
Okay. Your wife's right there.
I'm a little surprised you don't pull for Duke.
Why?
Because they have the Grayson Allens of the world, the J.J. Redicks, the Cherokee Parks.
The people who people hate.
Yeah. The Bubba Watsons of the world.
Yeah. Well, I've, the Tony Stewarts of the world.
That's
I've
right.
always usually liked
true.
the buttholes, but for some reason it's never resonated with Duke. But I respect Coach K. I listen to his Sirius XM podcast every now and then, and I always enjoy that. I always enjoy the guy who does the heavy lifting. Who I don't even know his name, but
gets him in and out of breaks.
Yeah, he gets him in and out of breaks and just lets Coach K talk to the guests.
Well, formatically, that is not the greatest show on radio.
It is not. It is not. They ride Coach K a lot, and a great lineup of guests.
So tonight, and I know we'll get more into these matchups, but Texas Tech is a slight favorite right now. They're 1.5 in some shops, and Mark Adams is coaching in his third NCAA game. So this would be his third win. Coach K is going for win number 100 in the tournament tonight.
Just in the tournament, yeah.
Just in the tournament. He's got over 1,200 wins. Can you imagine if Mark Adams is the guy that knocks him out of this thing?
Furman said this so quick it blew past me, but did I hear him say they've never won an NCAA tournament game in the Pacific Times? That can't be right.
That's what he said.
But that can't be right. They've been a one seed out west before, I thought.
He said they have never won a NCAA tournament game in the Pacific.
That's
time
what I
zone.
thought
That's what
he said.
Yeah.
But I thought I remember Duke being a 1 seed out west and making it to the NCAA tournament. Maybe
when
I'm
did
wrong.
Duke ever get sent out west as a 1 seed? I mean, when they
That
get
was a down year for them.
When did they ever get sent out of the state of North Carolina as a 1 seed?
I know a team has never. Only one team has won a national championship without covering their first 2 tournament games.
Who is that?
That was the 1997 Arizona Wildcats.
So covering the spread in their first 2 tournament games.
And Duke has not.
Duke has not done
Cal
that,
State on a last-second basket. I don't know if you guys saw that cover. It was amazing.
Was that a bad beat?
It was coast to coast. It was a bad beat. And then Michigan State made that a really tight game late in the second half, and they did not cover against the Spartans.
Your lineup tonight is Arkansas and Gonzaga out of the gate, 6:09 on CBS, and then 6:29 on TBS is Michigan and Villanova. CBS comes back with their second game of the doubleheader tonight. That is Texas Tech and Duke, 8:39 there. And then TBS with the nightcap at 8:59, Houston and Arizona. 4 really good basketball games here. I mean, you get some. The Friday night slate doesn't excite me half as much as tonight's slate. Tonight's slate is 4 really good.
Yeah, I mean, you can give me a
matchups.
combination of any of these teams can win. You know, I would say that the one far-fetched is Gonzaga, but Gonzaga has struggled.
Yep.
You know, they struggled in round 1 against Georgia State. They really didn't play their best basketball until the final 10 minutes of that half. And then you saw Memphis. Memphis doesn't get in foul trouble, and I give Drew Timme a lot of credit. He got their bigs in foul trouble. And Timme really didn't show up until the second half. But Gonzaga has not played their best basketball these first couple of rounds. But if you would have told me the combination of any of these 4 when we come in here tomorrow morning to talk about any of these teams advancing, nothing will surprise me.
Rockstar has our 3 and out. We'll do that in about an hour, in the 10 o'clock hour. Trash later on. And in the final hour, we'll talk to Pat Bradley about the basketball games tonight, and we'll take a moment to remember 50 years of The Godfather, and LT has some interesting facts about the shooting of the movie. But I will tell LT something he may not know, and I don't think Brown does, and Rockstar doesn't either. But Paramount Plus has a limited streaming series that is about to start called The Offer. The Offer.
Miles Teller.
Yep. And it is...
It looks fantastic.
It's a streaming series about the making of The Godfather, and it's a scripted series, but it looks very interesting, and I think it'll be a good 8-episode run of
well, and we'll give you some of the facts that led to. And
is any of this true that I see in the trailer?
Yeah. A lot of it is true, and that's what they're basing this on, and it's really fascinating stuff because it's become such a, for film fans, Lunsford aside, it has become one of these masterpieces.
So the mob got involved in the making of The Godfather a little bit.
That's the rumor.
Yeah. That makes it more interesting to me.
Well, I think
Mario Puzo, probably the guy that actually wrote the book, and I would be shocked if he didn't have ties. The intricacies, everything that he knows about it, everybody talks about the authenticity of this film, and you've got to have a little bit behind the scenes.
I remember the guy that did Sopranos, David Chase. I saw an interview with him once that in the first season they did a pool scene and Tony was out poolside in shorts, and he said they had legit mob guys calling them saying that's unrealistic. The Don would never be wearing shorts.
Wow, even by the pool.
Yeah,
it goes back. Well, what do I say about shorts?
Yeah. So you're on the side of the mob.
Do you have an umbrella too?
Was a pansy with an umbrella.
I got on one of our bank guys here the other day. I said, "You're just like Brown. You're walking in with your umbrella."
It's the weirdest hang up you've got about umbrellas.
So that is later in the show, final hour. 156 days away from the start of the college football season. Nick Saban yesterday, after an Alabama first practice in pads for the national runner-ups, the SEC champs from last year, out in pads yesterday. And Nick Saban had this to say, this cut 3, Rockstar, is that right? Cut 3, Jahmyr Gibbs is the guy that everyone's raving about. He had updated everyone in practice about the status of Jace McClellan and Roydell Williams coming off injuries and how they're in black jerseys and no contact. And really now, all of a sudden, what was a thin running back room has got its depth back and got some young players who are doing well. And then there's this guy, Jahmyr Gibbs from Georgia Tech, that it seems like every news conference Nick Saban is commenting on.
Oh, he has really been very good addition, to our team. He's got great speed. He's really a good receiver, good third down back. He's got great vision. He's got really good burst out of a cut. And, I'm really, really impressed with what he's been able to do. He's smart. He's picked up things. He's an experienced player. So, he really does a good job of understanding what we're trying to do and how to do it. And that's what experienced players can do. So he's done a really, really good job.
I will tell you, there are a few times that he is as positive about a guy as he is about this Gibbs kid so far.
Yeah, and you've seen what he can do on the collegiate level. I think maybe that's a little bit different than how we would talk normally about a newcomer because those guys haven't proven themselves. This guy's proven himself at Georgia Tech, and Lance, everything I read about him say the thing he excels at the most is catching the ball out of the backfield. That he is spectacular at that.
Well, last year, Brian Robinson was your third or fourth leading receiver for this Alabama team.
Yeah.
And so, B-Rob obviously got the majority of the touches when it came to running backs because of those injuries you mentioned to McClellan and to Roydell Williams. But if I asked you more production, Brian Robinson last year over 1,500 yards and 16 touchdowns, or Jahmyr Gibbs this year?
Well, I think Robinson last year because he became a one-man show by necessity. And I don't think Gibbs is going to be a one-man show. I mean, like Dunaway was saying, Saban actually is talking about the excessive amount of depth they have at running back now, which is the exact opposite of where they were at the end of last year.
But, I mean, he does like running a platoon at you, but inevitably he's okay with settling on a go-to guy. And him being a third down potential back.
Oh, he's a 3-down back. Yeah,
that helps him being on the field all the time. Now, the question is, how good is he protecting Bryce Young? And if that becomes an issue, then that costs you playing time. But so far, everyone's raving about Jahmyr Gibbs, the Georgia Tech transfer. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City want to remind you that when storms happen, you need to have this number on standby, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. For a free no-cost inspection. You can start by texting Greg right there, but also when storms blow through, you want to call him up. He'll come out, take pictures, get a portfolio together so that you can take care of your insurance provider as well. So you get everything you deserve from the insurance company. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. They offer the best warranty in the business, does Storm Restoration Roofing. And here's the deal. Greg's a local guy. He's got 10 kids. His wife and him own the company. He's not going anywhere. So when there's storms that blow through, sometimes there's some roof contractors that blow through as well. And they don't always give you the best work. I would always deal with a local guy, and that's Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. You can contact him there or call this number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531 for that free no-cost inspection. When we come back, a surprising Cowan Equipment poll question for so many so far, and more on tonight's Sweet 16. It's all straight ahead on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call DryTech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with DryTech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, it's Rockstar for Way to Wellness, and I'm here with my coworker and friend Reed Taylor. And I just wanted to ask Reed, how much weight have you lost during this weight loss program?
11 pounds.
Whoa! That sounds great, Reed. Why don't you sit down and rest those pipes for a second? At Way to Wellness, Leslie and her team have taught us how to go about reaching our goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold us accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. You did so good.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Part of our show is brought to you today by that great place to get barbecue on your way to, say, a Birmingham Bulls game or a concert down at the Oak Mountain Amphitheater just off I-65, heading home every day as well. It's that great barbecue place you've been raving about.
Yeah, Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain. It is centered around great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken. They've got the North Carolina pork, Memphis Kiss ribs, along with chef-inspired sides, including that potato salad with the feta. There is something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. It's in the old Waffle House building. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events for up to 200 people. For more information, stop by, see them, tell them the Next Round sent you, or go online to creekside/bbq.com.
36% of you say you have never seen The Godfather, a number that surprises Lance Taylor. It was me until last night. I also voted no in the poll. 36%. That surprises you.
Probably went a little high just because the movie is older, and for whatever reason, this generation doesn't like to go back and watch classic films. So I would say, more than half of our listeners were born after The Godfather was made.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. More
more than that.
Probably 65% of our listeners born after.
Well, 64% say they've seen it. As Jim said, 36% say they have not seen The Godfather.
So roughly 2 out of 3 have seen it. That's about right.
Yeah. Also voting there in the Cowan Equipment poll questions, better coach. Jay Wright, 75%. Mark Few, 25%. Still early in that one, though.
Yeah, just out
still
there.
Very early.
You can go vote at Next Round Live on Twitter. Both of those are Cowan Equipment poll questions brought to you by the great folks at Cowan.
Yeah, since day one, our friends at Cowan have been partnering with us here on our new venture. We'd love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Cowan.com. And I think the national championships can't be the only barometer there.
It's not.
Because, Jimbo Fisher's got a national championship, and there's a lot of coaches that are better than Jimbo Fisher.
He doesn't have two.
Yeah, but
Dabo's got two. They're not a lot better than Dabo.
You say a lot. What's a lot? A lot's a
5
ambiguous
or 6
number. 5 or 6.
But I'm just saying that national championship doesn't always trump your career achievements.
Yeah, but you don't go through 10 coaches right now in college football and not name Jimbo Fisher. As much as you hate Jimbo Fisher, you don't name 10 guys better than Jimbo Fisher.
No, I think he's on the backside of 10 probably.
But he's in the top 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there again, 2 puts you in even more rarefied air. Then that's Dabo Swinney, and you don't get deep at all without talking about Dabo
Larry
Swinney.
Coker won 2, right?
No,
one.
Okay.
Yeah. Bad call on the other one. Martin Newton, our friend who's the SID at Samford, is on the...
Well, he's the AD at Samford.
Excuse me, what did I say?
SID.
Excuse me, the AD, the athletic director at Samford. He's on the selection committee for the NCAA basketball tournament for next year. Big deal there for Martin Newton. Congratulations there. Texas A&M wins in the NIT last night. They're off to the semifinals. They beat Wake Forest 67 to 52. And that comes after I heard Steve Forbes in a pre-game news conference trumpeting, or actually complaining, that the ACC didn't get enough respect this year, and that part of it was the media's fault. The national media doesn't he actually said this in this clip that I heard. He goes, they've got the SEC network, they've got the Big Ten network, you have all these national voices that are trumpeting these other conferences, and I think that we need people in our league that are circling around our league. And instantly, the host came out of the show I was listening on ESPNU radio and said he forgot that there's an ACC network.
But that is owned by ESPN, just like the SEC network.
I think a lot of people have forgotten there's an ACC network.
But then the host made a great point. The show that is the game day version of basketball is hosted by Jay Billis, who played
at Duke.
Fonzo Ellis, who played
Notre Dame,
ACC basketball school Notre Dame, and Seth Greenberg, who coached at
Virginia Tech.
All ACC schools.
That is right.
The premier show.
Reese went to Alabama.
Yeah, the premier show though is a series of analysts.
Yeah.
Who are all ACC guys? No, the ACC gets trumpeted all the time.
All the time.
Yeah, I don't buy this.
Here's the facts. It was one of the worst year for that conference. They got 4 teams in this tournament, and when you look at the teams, I guess 5 teams. Miami's playing really good now. Virginia Tech was playing really good late. North Carolina was playing really good now. All these teams, the only consistent team throughout the year. Notre Dame was just average all year to me. The only consistent team all year was Duke.
Because my dad must have been watching the NIT last night, because he texted me. He's like, hey, how was Wake Forest, with their record, whatever their record was overall, which is pretty good, and their conference record, how were they not in the NCAA tournament?
Yeah.
He goes, how is this an NIT team? And I texted back to him. Said it was 2 things. It was considered a down year for the ACC, and Virginia Tech stole a bid.
Yep.
And there might have been Wake's bid. I can't remember if they were the first one of the first 4 out on this list.
Maybe SMU. I don't remember.
Yeah, but they were close right there. They were in that group, I think, of the first 4 out.
Could have been Dayton.
Yeah, maybe so. But anyway, Virginia Tech stole a bid.
Yep, they did. And sometimes in the committee's mind, you steal a bid, and it takes it from your league as well. They say they don't look at conferences,
double down,
but they're like, we're going to put Wake Forest in.
What could be insane is the ACC could actually I had 3 SEC teams in my Final Four. It could end up being the ACC with 3 teams.
Right. Well, and it does look like the ACC is really good now, because we played through the first 2 rounds, and there are 3 teams still alive, and Miami did well, and here's Duke. And
I'm
North Carolina.
I'm not sure this is the best way to determine which conference is best. I don't know how to do it, honestly. But we did discuss that Monday. Has it been a better tournament for the Big 12 or the ACC? It hasn't been for the Big 10 and the SEC. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
But is it better for the Big 12 or the ACC? The Big 12 still got Kansas there. They've still got Iowa State there.
The Big 12 losing your number one seed to the ACC and Baylor to North Carolina. I would say the ACC right now. And the teams you don't want to play, although Duke might be the most talented team left in the entire tournament, the teams from the ACC you don't want to play are Miami and North Carolina.
Yeah. Both of them are playing really well, and neither one of those teams had good pre-ACC conferences. The whole ACC had a bad pre-conference run in November and December, and that's what hurt them. I mean, at that point, your sort of reputation of your league is sort of cast, and then you get in the league, and it's hard to battle out of it with all the metrics and KenPoms and the net and all that. Sometimes it feeds off of each other. So the ACC doing well in this tournament. The SEC fell on its face a little bit in this tournament. And Wimp yesterday sort of explained it away that, maybe like a team like Tennessee gave too much down in Tampa and couldn't keep it going into the NCAA tournament. I don't know if Wimp believes that, and I guess that is true.
I don't know what your answer is to that, though. Hey, look, guys, go out there and give it kind of your all.
Yeah, but I mean, that is interesting for Wimp to say that because his teams did really well in the SEC tournament. Yeah.
Well, when we get to Hoover for the SEC baseball tournament, I know exactly how the baseball people attack it.
A little bit different, though.
Yeah, that's all about pitching.
Just because of the arms.
They do their pitching early. The best guys pitch first and get all the rest of the week.
And then we do whatever we want after that.
After that, if we want to keep hitting, that's great.
That's right.
You freshmen, if you can go out there and have a day pitching, we'll stay in Hoover as long as you want. If not, we're going home and getting ready for the NCAA.
My starter sitting right here in the dugout.
That's right. All right. Top of the hour here, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. LT tells you all the time about just what a great place it is that keeps your cooling, your heating, and your plumbing going in the right direction.
Well, it seems like almost every other week I get a call from somebody, hey, man, can you reach out to Hemp Hill for me? Because you never know when disaster is going to strike, but you need to have that number on standby. It's our friends at Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
March has arrived and you want to watch all the games. So make sure the only thing upset is your bracket. Call Blakely's Bouquets today. Order a beautiful arrangement for your girl so you can watch the game without the guilt. My friends at Blakely's Bouquets have unique and custom designs, and they give you speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com or over the phone, 205-579-4900, or stop by in person right on Oxmoor Road in Homewood. Avoid the upsets at Blakely's Bouquets.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, new hour live with you, hour number 2. Guest free this hour. And so phone lines are open, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. That'll get you on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, Suite 16 going tonight. We will talk more about that later on in the show. But we're about to talk a little college football. And does Brian Kelly have a little butte problem?
I mean, you eat a lot of Cajun food. You're not used to it. It can sit heavy on the stomach.
But first, let's do our headlines brought to you by our friends at NASCAR and the Talladega Super Speedway. NASCAR goes to the Circuits of America this weekend. Great race. And then eventually they're in Talladega for always the excitement that you only get on the high banks.
And it'll be your first chance to see the next gen car on the banks of the Talladega Super Speedway. It's the Geico 500. Sunday, April 24, 2 o'clock Central is the start time. And don't forget to look at that immersive garage experience where you see the garage viewing areas. You've got those bays that you could just stand there and see inside of big bills. It is beautiful, man. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com for tickets and all the info on what I just mentioned with the garage experience. Or call 877-GO-2-DEGA. That's the number 2, 877-GO-2-DEGA.
Hey, 5 quarterbacks at the Auburn quarterback room, now down to 4 as Demetrius Davis enters the transfer portal yesterday after our show is over with. What was your thoughts on D. Davis leaving?
I think D. Davis probably saw the same thing we have said, I don't know how many times on this show, Lance. They had every opportunity to play him last year and chose not to. So what does that tell you how they felt about him?
Yeah, I mean, look, when Bo was, the inconsistent play of Bo, you had opportunities there. But once Bo was out for the year and T.J. Finley came in, you know that Finley probably wasn't a long-term solution. Why would you not play him? Why didn't you play him in the bowl game? It made no sense. And this is one of those you never know what would have been. Is this going to be a Malik Willis situation where he goes somewhere else?
You don't know.
I wrote about that this morning on the morning rounds at nextroundlive.com. Is if you're an Auburn fan, you hope this doesn't turn into another first-round draft pick in the NFL walking out your door. I mean, that's what Malik Willis is about to be. He's going to be a first-round draft pick for somebody.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if he never would have left. Now, there's a good chance that he would have left Auburn after the 2020 season, his best season under Hugh Freeze.
But if I'm D. Davis, I look
Gus
at
Malzahn still actually might be coaching Auburn.
Yeah, if I'm D. Davis, I look at it and I say, they didn't play me at all last year. And then they went to the transfer portal and got another guy that's got conference playing experience.
Right.
And was a starter at Texas A&M. I mean, they obviously don't think I can produce there, and maybe he can't. I mean, I'm not saying Brian Harsin and Eric Kiesau and Mike Bobo are wrong about that. I know Bobo's gone, but he was wrong about it. I'm not saying that they're wrong about that. Maybe the kid can't play. I don't know, but he obviously scanned the room and said, my place on the field is not an Auburn.
Man, are we getting to a point where some of these quarterbacks aren't going to find landing spots?
Potentially, yeah. JT Daniels still hasn't. You got to think he's in front of the pecking order on D. Davis, wouldn't you say?
Right. JT Daniels is a guy that we've seen play at close to an elite level.
And Daniels still has to, his deal is he's still got to graduate to use the graduate transfer.
That's
he's
right.
not the one-time transfer like D. Davis.
He's already used that one time.
That's
so
right.
He can't do that again. D. Davis can play immediately, basically telling anybody who needs a quarterback and believes in him to come get him, that he's in the portal now. So D. Davis is out. I still have a lot of people tell me they like what they're seeing from Holden Gerner so far, the true freshman who's going through the works down there. You hear very little about Nick Calzada, the Texas A&M quarterback. You hear a lot about T.J. Finley, including Killian Zaire here yesterday talking about what they know about the quarterback competition. The biggest known for the Auburn players is T.J.
So TJ, he started the last couple of games, and with all the guys coming back, we kind of know TJ. He knows us. Of course, there is always competition, especially in the spring, because there's more time than in fall camp where you have to get ready for a game. Yeah. I don't think it matters too much to the O-line. It's just if you know how TJ plays and his cadence and all that stuff, that definitely helps compared to when all the new guys come in. But it's always the same for the O-line.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'll say again, if Mercer rolls into town and T.J. Finley is the starter, you're going to have some very depressed Auburn fans.
I do kind of agree with Dunaway, though. If T.J. was your starter in that game and at least Calzada played that second half, then it's not that big of a deal if you're trying to figure out who that guy is moving forward.
Yeah, I do think that we even had Star Jackson. Did he play before A.J. McCarron, or they played?
They split time, but A.J. McCarron got most of the time.
But we do know better example. Blake Barnett against USC.
Yeah. He got the 2 series. Blake Barnett did.
Yeah, and then he had to clean off his shoes from throwing up on him.
Yeah, and never saw the field again.
A lot of people are comparing D to a 5'9" quarterback is not going to be a first-round draft pick. Paul says Bryce Young. Vol fan says Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray is not even 5'9".
Yeah, I will say this. I was down on the field before the Iron Bowl, and that is one thing that struck me about D. Davis is he was much shorter than I thought.
Here's what I don't understand about
Bryce Young's short too, though.
Somebody about D. Davis, right? And listen, he may only want to play quarterbacks, and Brian Harsin may have gone to him and said, "Hey, you may not be our quarterback. Do you want to try running back? Do you want to try receiver? Do you want to try DB? Do you want to try something else?" And he may have said, "No, I'm a quarterback," which is his prerogative. But
you're going to be a quarterback somewhere else.
Usually your quarterback is one of your better athletes.
That's right.
Right? You guy can do a lot of things that plays quarterback usually. Yeah. And we'll see what happens to D.
To be fair about his size, he was warming up next to T.J. Finley, who's a massive quarterback. But I was a little surprised at how small D. Davis looked on the field. I thought he was a little bit bigger than that.
Yeah. Did I see Nick Calzada?
You did.
Yeah.
Zach?
Yeah, Zach. Thank you, Ross, for that. Sometimes I say words and don't really understand what's coming out of my mouth. Zach Calzada.
And Brooks points out, and I think he's right about this, it was Phillip Sims, not Star Jackson, that was head-to-head with A.J.
Phillip
McCarron.
Sims. Man, I forgot all about Phillip Sims.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brooks.
7 minutes in. Anything else you need to screw up in this hour?
No, Brown. You had the first hour. I thought I'd take hour 2.
Oh, yeah.
Villanova in the house.
Sweet 16 tonight. Game started at 6:09 on CBS, and the flip games are on TBS. This will be our last dual games going on Thursday and Friday, and then we'll get to the just the single games. It doesn't feel like the NCAA tournament once we don't have multiple games going on at the same time.
I like the multiple games.
I do too, because on Saturday when they were doing Saturday and Sunday both, they did the 2 national games on CBS.
Yeah, early when it's just one game.
Yeah, it's just one game. I mean, they were good games, but I felt a little underwhelmed.
We were lucky though.
Lucky
they were good games because in
it's
the
a blowout.
years past you get blowouts. You're like, why can I not click it on something
Let me
else?
get another option here. I need some more.
Tonight might be tough though. Houston, Arizona's not scheduled to tip until
8:59.
Yeah,
so they won't tip until after 9.
Yeah, so we're looking at maybe 11:30.
As far as staying up,
yeah,
that shouldn't be a problem.
Well, not for you.
Yeah, I'm usually up. I mean, I watched all of The Godfather last night before I even started thinking about show notes at 10:30. All right, those are our headlines. I do want to get to a story because LSU has started camp. And, Brandon, sort of paint the scenario for me on where we were on Butte, because there was a big buzz at one point that he was not going to be likely at LSU this upcoming year, that he was going to be a portal guy for a second.
And I think a lot of that was before the hiring of Brian Kelly. And I will say I don't think the door is, from what I've heard, the door is not entirely closed on that. There are, without going too much into it, there are maybe some academic standing issues. That's one thing a lot of people don't understand about the transfer portal is while the conferences can't really restrict guy from going from one school to another. I mean, we've seen it within conference, obviously. Jermaine Burton going from Georgia to Alabama would be one of the most recent. Zach Calzada going from Texas A&M to Auburn. Some recent examples. There are still some academic standing boxes you got to check before you can do that in conference.
Right.
So with Keishawn Butte, some of those things might have had to get in order in the spring semester. So once that happens and the spring semester is over, I don't think it would be outside the realm of possibility that he might look for another school.
So Brian Kelly is, getting LSU out onto the practice field like everyone else is. And he's asked yesterday at his opening news conference about wide receiver Keishawn Butte. I'm just going to read for you the out of context response to the question, LT and Brownie. You give me your initial response. Brian, this is from Tiger Droppings. Brian Kelly on LSU wide receiver Keishawn Butte. Quote, "We're in the process of building a relationship. I know his last name right now."
Wow.
Well, that's more than Urban Meyer knows, right?
I'll continue, though. He doesn't stop there, but I'll continue.
Okay.
I say that because we're re-engaging. He's been injured. He had a second surgery, but we're getting more acquainted every day. How tight are they right now, bro?
Well, it doesn't sound very.
Yeah.
I know his last name.
Okay.
I mean, I'm assuming Brian Kelly's watched some film, so he probably knows a little more than his last name.
Chase Claypool, really good secondary receiver for the Steelers. You're going to have to help me going back on Brian Kelly and his history at Notre Dame, but I think Keishawn Butte is going to be the most talented wide receiver he's had as a head coach.
I would say as far as pass catchers, in the Brian Kelly era at Notre Dame, Claypool was one, Tyler Eifert might have been two, and he was a tight end.
Tight end, yeah.
He continues, "Look, he's a great player. He's a good kid, but this has been a rough spot for him. What happens is that you tend to get distracted when you're not involved in everything, but he's learning he has to be involved in everything, whether he's injured or not," says Brian Kelly.
Is that the end of the quote? Because I would say right there, it sounds very much like a couple things. Number one, they don't know whether the kid's going to keep playing for him or not, obviously. And number two, it sounds from that last part of the quote like they've had difficulty keeping him engaged and keeping him doing the school things, not necessarily in class. I mean, the athletic, I should say it that way, the football program things he needs to do while he's injured, that he might be kind of doing some of his stuff on the side because he is going elsewhere.
Well, yeah, and this is a problem if you're Brian Kelly, a new regime taking over, and you've heard rumblings that Keishawn might be transferring out, and you're not fully invested into what this new system is.
More from Brian Kelly on Keishawn Butte, which really does not sound like they have a very close relationship. We're seeing some really good changes. We had a nice convo in the training room this morning. He's on top of his academics, and he's making good progress. The good part is that his surgery was successful. He's making good progress, and he's in a walking boot right now. That's really the most important thing. Everything else we will work out between the two of us. I'm not that hard-headed. He's a good player. So it sounds like he's been a little bit maybe on the wrong side of Brian Kelly early on, But if you listen to Brian Kelly yesterday or read his quotes from Tiger droppings yesterday, you could really see and believe that Boutte has had a foot out the door at one point at LSU.
Like it, yeah.
And he's having to bring him back into the fold. And Brian Kelly knows he's a good player, but Brian Kelly's also trying to set a foundation of what LSU is going to be about. And doesn't sound like he's bending over backwards to making it that easy on Boutte right now.
Look, if I'm Boutte and the rumblings were to Alabama, and nobody else in the SEC wants to see this, but if I'm Boutte, Alabama would have been the perfect landing spot to play with a guy like Bryce Young.
Yeah, well.
And it's not over yet, right?
No, I mean, I think it could happen again in spring. Again, that's when Jamison Williams came last year and ended up being Alabama's best receiver.
But I go back to that loss against UCLA in week 1, Labor Day weekend, and Keyshawn was the only option they had, Max Johnson had, and he completely took that game over. They still lost the game, but he was completely dominant. I mean, when he's on, and imagine having talent around him with an elite quarterback, can't even imagine how good the kid would be.
This is not entirely apples to apples.
By the way, he had 148 and 3 touchdowns in that game.
First of all, chat room reminding us of Will Fuller. He's probably in front of Tyler Eifert. Would you say?
I mean, if we're just going receivers, I mean, I thought Eifert was the better player.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So you wouldn't say that then.
Yeah,
all right,
Will
that's
Fuller
fine.
was just a burner that can't stay healthy.
Yeah. He was a first-round draft pick, but you're right. He can't stay healthy. This is not entirely apples to apples, and you'll see what I mean in a second. But if Keyshawn Boutte went to Alabama, would it be the college equivalent of a Tyreek Hill trade to Miami? It's not apples to apples because Bama's on top and Miami certainly is not. But, I mean, is it that big of a move to you?
Yeah, I think it is.
I think so, too.
Because I think Boutte could be the best wide receiver in football this year.
I just find it interesting, even if your relationship is strained, or even if wherever your relationship is, if he is my best receiver, I'm not as honest and as open and truthful as Brian Kelly was in the news conference yesterday.
I'm right there with you because you're really still recruiting this kid.
That's exactly right. Yeah. And I would have been like, I mean, even if he's not doing things right, that's something I'm going to deal with behind the scenes. I'm going to be out there saying, Brian Kelly, what do you think of Keyshawn Boutte right now? He's coming off that injury, man. He is busting it right now. I appreciate his effort. He's going to be a big part of our plans, what we're doing next year.
Unless you've lost him.
How many other receivers can you name me that are better in the SEC? You guys covered the SEC last year. I was at Notre Dame. Well, as I watch tape, I can't find a receiver that's better than Keyshawn Boutte.
You're right in what you're saying, unless you've lost him and you're trying to set the expectations for your fan base that this kid may not be here. I don't want you to get your hopes built up and then it looks bad on me that he left. I was handed this situation. I'm doing all I can.
All I know is that you got a guy who is okay dancing with every recruit that comes through Baton Rouge and looking like an idiot.
Yeah, and those guys, you don't know whether or not they can play at this level.
Yeah, but this guy I know can play at this level. I would be dancing with him. I'd be kissing his you-know-what in news conferences. I need him to play for me.
There are now probably 3 receivers that I know that can dominate college football, and that's Jackson Smith and Jigba for Ohio State. After watching Morrison Harrison Jr. really out of nowhere in that Rose Bowl, I feel pretty good he's going to be great. But Keyshawn Boutte with average quarterback play was a great player when he was healthy.
Yeah, 100%. I just thought it was an interesting news conference yesterday with Brian Kelly talking about Keyshawn Boutte. I never believed that he was going to leave LSU, and he may not still leave LSU, but that paints a scenario where you possibly could see it happen before it's all
NIL
said and
can
done.
get involved with this as well.
Well, I think it already is.
Yeah. Well, it could keep him there.
I think it already is, and trying to keep him there. Yeah.
But you look at the money the Tennessee quarterback just got. What's the guy's name?
Nico Imalieva.
Yeah.
Well, Keyshawn Boutte is a known commodity.
Yeah.
Imalieva may never take a snap.
I feel great.
Everybody think one. Everybody do an old Chris Berman on Imalieva.
I'm going to label this right here.
I'm going to label this program if I don't get paid my money.
Nico Imalieva on a jet plane. That's not bad. Chris Berman.
That is pretty good.
Can't stand it. Is he still retiring every year?
Imalieva on a jet plane. That's
I'm
not
telling
too
you
bad
though,
on
man, I pay Boutte whatever he wants. He is going to be, unless it completely comes off the rails or some catastrophic injury, he will be a future first-round guy. It'll actually be next year.
Yeah. Tyreek Hill like.
I mean, look, that's a high comparison. Tyreek Hill could be the best receiver in the NFL.
Yeah, the problem is Tyreek's just got
a weird skill set.
I mean, they call him Cheetah for a reason. He's just got this incredible speed.
Best play from Tyreek Hill that you remember, wasn't it in the Bills game? That great.
No, that was pretty good when he showed deuces. The best play ever, his most monumental play was the 3rd and 15 of the Super Bowl when they were down. Because without converting that.
Against the 49ers?
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I don't know, and this is a totally different subject, but, the more I think about this Tyreek to Miami, Tua's got to get better protection, one of the reasons you guys got Armstead. But Patrick Mahomes, his ability to extend the play and let Tyreek run around and improvise and then just fling it. And I just don't know if you're going to get those plays from Tua.
I didn't know Tyreek Hill finished his career at West Alabama.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, after Oklahoma State, I mean, he had to leave.
Yeah, because of that incident. And
Terry Bowden was trying to get him.
Yeah, West Alabama had that one shot with him and 1 year with him and went on to the NFL. And now that's a lot of money that he's making now.
$30 million a year.
Yeah, $30
million.
He's
the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah. I mean, I read a story today that said about $40 million quarterbacks are becoming a problem because of the rest of the roster. Now you've got a $30 million wide receiver,
but you still got a quarterback on a rookie deal,
and that makes a big difference.
I saw her face. Now I'm a Leva. That's the one Bourbon would have done. It's a monkey song. It could be older.
I know.
Part of our show being brought to you by the University of Montevallo. Montevallo, a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, and so they don't have to do this for a living. But even if they want to do this for a living, they can do it at the Mass Communication School at the University of Montevallo. It's where I went to school. Right now at Montevallo, you can find a tremendous resource in the theater department, a new multi-million-dollar building, a business department, new multi-million-dollar building down there, 75 majors, 21 Division II scholarship sports, beautiful campus. They're keeping the price point exactly the same right now. For 5 years in a row, they have not raised the tuition at the University of Montevallo. A great advantage for you as a parent. Montevallo.edu, schedule that in-person tour right now. Also, when we come back, Rockstar will have our 3 and Out today. And we'll get to a lot more stuff. Don't forget our EAW Bracket Challenge is ongoing right now at nextroundlive.com. Keep checking back and see where you are in the standings tonight as the games take place. And Odie's last night. How was Odie's?
Odie's was good. Good crowd there last night. We do the Odie's Team Trivia every single Wednesday night. I think Brown is going to be stepping in next week.
Correct.
Giving you the invite on the fly. Will you be around Wednesday?
I am. Do you need one other person?
You, Brown, and Rockstar are going to be hosting Odie's.
All right. I'm in.
All right. Welcome in, Jimmy Dave.
Do I get to be you or Will?
It doesn't matter. Whatever you want to be.
I think
Miranda. You are Miranda. It's fun, though. You'll have fun.
I want to be Will. All right. Yeah. I want to boss people around.
Should we give him the best team name from last night?
No.
You don't think so?
Yeah, I don't think
it was signed Leah Thomas.
Yeah.
You guys know who that is.
I do know who that is. Swimmer.
Can you
team name.
Can you give me any team name from last night?
If you don't think I won fair and square, you can. I'll leave it at that. That was the team name. But
that's actually pretty good. Yeah.
But here's a trivia question: what came first, Kanye West or the Honda Accord?
I'd go Honda Accord.
The Honda Accord, I remember.
I think everybody's driven one. I had a Honda Accord.
I'm going to say you probably had Honda Accords in Japan before they were in the United States. So you probably remember when they came to the U.S., but they were probably already around in the.
I think I remember the Honda Accord showing up on American soil in the early 80s.
Yeah, but I bet they were in Japan a long
before
Kanye
that. Is 3 years older.
Kanye West, born 1977. The Honda Accord debuted in 1976.
Wow.
So the Accord this is the knowledge you learn at Odie's Team Trivia every single Wednesday night, where these three will be hosting me, and Will be down on the coast getting out of town for spring break. But get by for a great lunch or dinner. Rodney Davis cooking them up for over 30 years now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern.
When we come back, Rockstar's 3 and Out, and I'm going to leave this right here. Back in a moment.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at TimberlineGC.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
$50 ago today, The Godfather debuted in theaters, the movie, 1972. We'll pay tribute to that in the final hour of the show. About 2 hours from now, we'll get to that after we talk to Pat Bradley. who will join us to start the final hour at 12 noon to talk about the Sweet 16.
Viva pitch.
Viva
What Rockstar's watching tonight other than basketball, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Hey, New Life Art, bringing you those memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or go online to view his incredible work. Go to danielmooreart.com. And don't forget, submit your T-shirt design and win. Go to nextroundlive.com. Submit and win. It's that easy. Had a winner earlier this week. You can design our next T-shirt here on The Next Round, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
At 7 p.m. on HBO, he got nominated for Best Actor, I believe. Will Smith in his portrayal of King Richard for the Williams sisters. Did y'all watch it?
I still haven't seen it. I heard it's a really good family movie.
It is a good film. I totally didn't know that they were from Compton. I had no idea. But
wow.
You really didn't know that?
No, I didn't know anything about the Williams. I'm not a big tennis follower. But his role is really good. He's got a little bit of a lisp that can get a little annoying, but he likes to wear them short shorts and them tall socks. Yeah. But it's a good flick.
I like Will Smith, and I kind of do want to check that out. I just haven't. I think I've seen the majority of the Best Picture nominees, but I haven't seen that one.
I think I've seen the minority of them.
Yeah. I think most people have.
Then on 9 p.m. on Stars Encore Action. Yes, there's a channel called Stars Encore Action. The cast of this film, a good bad film, Necessary Roughness. Scott Bakula, Jason Bateman, Sinbad, Rob Schneider, Kathy Ireland, and what's his name, Robert Loggia.
It's a great team. How did that team ever lose?
I've never seen it, but I didn't realize Jason Bateman. I knew all of those others were in it. What is Jason Bateman? What is
he's
his
a
role?
wide receiver, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty funny. He looks the exact same he does in Ozark. The guy does not age.
He really doesn't. Yeah, he's been young forever.
And then finally, I did this for Lunsford, Paramount Plus, premiering today. We all played the video game. Actually, I've never played it. They finally adapted Halo into a series, and it premieres today on Paramount Plus. So if you're a gamer out there, Halo the series
I've
premieres.
never played it.
I've never played it. It's been heavily promoted, though, I will tell you. Everywhere you turn, Halo's popping up in ads.
I don't think I've seen an ad for it.
What is Halo?
It's a video game.
No, I know that, but what is the game?
It's a military game.
Military game in space and all that stuff.
Okay, so this will be...
It's a shoot-'em-up game.
Shoot-'em-up game. All right.
So let's add a script to it. I just remember a lot of football teams do the opening scene. Lunsford can explain it way better than me. I've never played it in my life.
Okay.
He is going to go right home and watch it, he said, though.
Is he?
Yep.
To me, what was the very first thing that was on Disney Plus? The Star Wars takeoff. What was it called?
Mandalorian. Baby Yoda.
Yeah, this looks like they're playing off the Mandalorian a little bit. That success. They're trying to drag in the same people.
Yeah, ask him what was Baby Yoga called on that. Yoda called.
Yoga's
Is he laughing?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Baby Yoga.
In the Star Trek
is
series.
there such thing as Baby Yoga?
I mean, guy, I'm sorry. I had girlfriends growing up.
Down dog.
What was the down dog?
No, that's a pose. Grogu.
Grogu. Okay.
All right, that's what Rockstar is watching tonight. Let's do our 3 and Out. Rockstar has that for us, too, and it's not sports related, as it always is not on Thursday. And it's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires and Automotive, not just for your tires, but they have great selections.
Brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it for you and your family. Locally owned and operated. Great guys. Get in and see them. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What is something you are tired of explaining?
The difference between a podcast
I knew it was coming. What a multimedia
Hey,
platform
how's y'all's
is.
podcast doing?
Yeah, but you know, as I said in a string of tweets earlier this week, I'm just honored people care.
Yeah, no, me too.
Yeah,
but
I'll explain it all I have to.
It literally, as long as I go out, I'm sure Jimmy Social gets this all the time. But if I'm out anywhere, I'll run into at least one person that says, how is the podcast going?
I get it all the time.
Yep. And that's usually the way they phrase it. And, you know, that may have been our fault. We initially branded it as a podcast.
And we do podcasts. I try to remind them, we do podcasts,
Yeah.
but we do a 4-hour live show.
Still surprised that many people don't know we're live every day. So we are every day.
And we continue to get the word out. We appreciate you guys helping us get that word out.
Doubt.
The numbers continue to grow.
Yep.
But we do some podcasts.
Yep. And we break down this show into podcast every day.
That's right. Yep.
So it works out good. That's a good one. You know, I get tired of explaining sometimes, like all this rocket science stuff. People come to me for math. I get tired of explaining that.
Could you explain some math to me right now?
Yeah, Dunaway,
Do the Pythagorean theorem?
Some rocket science stuff.
Rockstar's about to have a slew of kids. You're going to have to explain to your kids the difference between men and women coming up.
Why aren't we at our own house? Like that kind of thing.
True.
It's just,
Why do we still live at
we're
Nana and
grandpa's?
It's going to shock a lot of you. People don't come and ask me to explain anything to
Really?
them ever. Never.
Somebody might ask you today, why are you wearing that Villanova shirt?
Because I want Brown to travel again.
See how easy that explanation is?
I can explain that one.
Second down.
The reason I ask this, what is something you are tired of hearing about? I am so tired I don't care about Kanye West, Pete Davidson, or any of the Kardashians.
Boy, Pete Davidson gets a lot of pub.
You cannot get away from it.
He does, man.
And I don't look at entertainment websites. I don't look at entertainment shows, but I still see headlines about Kanye West.
Now, look, I know funny guys. You'll see a funny guy with a really good-looking girl. And Pete Davidson's obviously a successful guy, but I don't get, is it like, okay, so Ariana Grande slept with him, so there must be something intriguing about him. I'll sleep with him. But it's like Kate Beckinsale slept with him. I mean, he has had all of these ridiculously hot women, and it just doesn't make sense because he looks like he died 3 weeks ago.
He's Beetlejuice before the makeup.
He looks like he died 3 weeks ago.
What about you? Is there anything you're tired of hearing about or seeing?
As you think, Brown, for me, you know what it is.
Oh, what is it? Go ahead.
The NCAA women's tournament. I mean, if you're going to watch ESPN, that's all they're going to do is promote it. If you're going to go to ESPN.com, that's all they're going to do is promote it. And by the way, my Final Four is still intact. I will get my Final Four.
Hoorah!
Lance, you were going. Lance picked the women's Final Four.
It was all 1 season, a 2 seed, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You're not enough parity in the women's game for you, is what you're saying?
Very, very top heavy. Well, I mean, we went on. I was like, let me check these numbers for us live on the air, and the first one I saw was Louisville minus 46.5. It's like, I think I'll lay this today. No, it was South Carolina minus 46.5. You know what
they were up
halftime score
44-4 at the end of one, right?
It was 44-4.
That was at the end of one quarter,
I thought it was at halftime.
Was that the halftime?
I think it was halftime.
That's even more embarrassing if you had 4 at halftime.
Yeah. I mean, I understand if you don't like the women's game, and ESPN owns the property, so they're going to promote it.
Yeah, again, but I'm trying to consume some of their stuff, and they're forcing it. And again, to have the equal time, we're going to have the exact same amount on our bracket selection show that we do for the men. It is about ESPN being politically correct. That's the only reason.
But they don't own the rights to the NCAA men's tournament. They do to the women's tournament, so they're trying to make a buck.
Yeah, but if
what they're doing.
If they're trying for people to watch, I mean, again, I had to stop my DVR the last minute and replay the entire selection show because it wasn't on. You could have at least put it on ESPN2 or ESPNU. They chose not to do that.
On Pete Davidson, Sarah says no ego. That's it from a woman's point of view.
Oh, thank you, Sarah. We need that more.
A woman's point of view or no ego?
Both.
Yeah.
Both. I appreciate that. I get tired of hearing about politics. I'm just not a political person. I have a belief system that involves compromising and doing what's best for the masses, and we don't have many of those people in Washington anymore. So I get tired of hearing about all this me stuff on each side of the aisle.
Who gets to determine what's best for the masses?
Usually, great minds get together and decide, hey, we sort of did this my way last time. You want this? Let's meet in the middle and do what's best for America.
So you just trust those guys implicitly?
No, I don't trust anybody implicitly. See, this is you, again, trying to pull me to your way of thinking. Sometimes your way of thinking is not right, and maybe it's best if we meet in the middle on some things. To get something done for the common people.
No, I mean, for Jimmy America, that was the first title I ever gave him when we started doing the show.
You're absolutely right.
And our America has changed so much in this 12-plus years. It's sad. It is sad where we've become.
Yeah, and
I know you still wear it with a badge of honor because you still believe in this country that we can turn this thing around one day.
I do,
but it's going to take some smart minds, like you say.
It takes everybody not pulling all the way to their extreme, and getting some stuff done for the average American, man. The prices are out of whack. Why we can't just burn our own oil? We do it cleaner than anybody else in the world. Why do we not just take care of it ourselves? I've never understood that. So I'm off my soapbox.
Third down.
What are you tired of? Do you throw it out there?
Not really, no.
Yeah. Tired of golf at all?
Nope, not at all.
Okay.
What is usually a lie when people say it?
I could have been great at ... If
not for.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you could have been great at it, why didn't you do it?
I had an
Why are you on a
injury.
counter right now?
Man, got hurt. Does every community have the guy that would have been the major league great, but he got hurt?
Oh, yeah.
Every community's got that guy.
They threw in too many innings, man.
Yep. Or, is that car wreck, man? He was going to make it. He was going to make it in the majors.
But you guys do hear those stories. You'll be sitting around a fire at 2 a.m. on a Saturday night after a slew of football games.
Oh, yeah.
And a guy will start to talk, man, I took the wrong path. I married the wrong girl.
Before we did everything on the internet, the biggest lie of all time that I would tell was, oh, yeah, I mailed that check. You haven't gotten it yet?
Well, it's in the mail.
Yeah, I mean, we don't do that anymore. But back in the 90s.
Yeah, because now it's, why don't you just Venmo me?
No, why? I sent that text. You didn't get it.
But true story, though. True story.
You read it, Jay.
Our company here, there was our local post office had a bunch of mail stolen from it. And some of it was our mail. Like, people weren't getting checks from us, and it legitimately got stolen by that.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. And I had something in there, too.
Who would steal mail? Who would steal mail?
Well, a guy that's facing charges for it now.
They caught him?
Oh, yeah, they caught him, yeah. I think the biggest lie ever is I'm doing great. How many times you say, hey, man, how you doing? I'm doing great. But I think a lot of people lie when they say that. They just don't want to tell you what they're doing.
You really have to say I'm doing great.
I'm fantastic. Never been better.
You have to say I'm doing great, because if you don't, then people are going to be like, well, what's up? If you're just like, it's okay.
Or people don't really care. Because the one thing when I say, and it's a Southern greeting, hey, how you doing? The one thing I don't want somebody to say is, Ryan, I'm really doing awful. Because then I feel...
You got a second?
Yeah, I feel compelled to hear why they're doing awful. I really want to hear that, to be honest with you.
4th down.
What classic Disney film could be reimagined as a thriller/horror movie?
Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
That could get you.
Yeah, I mean, just think about how frightening Chucky was. Now you got 7 of them.
Well, that's a good point.
With a little edge, and they already killed her. I think Cinderella would be really interesting because she's got the evil stepsisters. She's got the evil stepmom. And everybody wants to be Cinderella, so everybody's trying on the glass slipper. How about this angle? You try the slipper on, it doesn't fit because you know it's not you, then we lop your foot off.
Yeah. That's Lance's reimagination
the
of it.
original story was the stepsisters were like cutting their toes to fit into the slipper. Like
you could have that too.
I mean, it was like intense.
Yeah.
I was thinking Little Mermaid because she legitimately sells her soul to the devil.
Ursula.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Ursula is kind of representative of the devil.
I mean, Frozen could have been very scary too.
Yeah.
Let it go.
And do that in a haunting. Slow it down and amp it up for me.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
By the way, Rockstar had to sing a lot last night at trivia.
I did.
The will sometimes will get.
Kept hitting that too?
Yeah, I think it was four different tunes.
Wow. Everybody loves it in there though when Rockstar does.
You sure?
Is
Avril Lavigne complicated? He did the entire song.
I love that song though. Ken says change the name to Sawderella instead of Cinderella. Yeah. Sawderella.
SLT's reimagination. Sawderella.
Riley tells me that's literally the original. So they really were cutting off feet.
Yeah. The original was dark. And like the original Sleeping Beauty is really, really dark. So imagine they.
Well, so why? Because we're so. The creativity is gone in Hollywood. Why would you not bring that back? There's a market for that. I mean, I don't care anything about seeing it, but you've got
Disney owns the rights to it, and they're not going to say, hey, gore this up for us.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way you could make it with the name Cinderella in it because Disney owns the rights to
Disney's all about a buck, though.
I don't think they're about that kind of
Cinderella, S-I-N.
Yeah.
Cinderella.
She's also a whore.
I've seen that movie. I've seen that one. That's 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire.
Hey, 4 great locations for you and your family. Again, locally owned and operated. Incredible guys. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
We'll talk NFL football coming up at the top of the hour. But when we come back, I'm going to make a case that a website, I don't know how I've stumbled on this website. It's called The Defector.
Sure, Jeff, keep saying that.
The Defector.
I don't know how I stumbled onto this website.
I mean, I don't know if it's a communist-based publication.
The Defector?
But you're not defecting from America,
but they have a sports section, and they make a case on which teams are better off with Baker Mayfield as their quarterback.
I can make a case for that.
There's a list.
Yeah,
okay.
there's more than one. There's 10.
There's a lot, and it's coming up. Show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. If you're looking for a mortgage, there's no place better in America than Mortgage Right.
These guys are the best. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe. It is time to buy a new home. Who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right? With Mortgage Right, You won't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they will do all the heavy lifting for you. Their trusted mortgage professionals will help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every single step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
March has arrived and you want to watch all the games. So make sure the only thing upset is your bracket. Call Blakely's Bouquets today. Order a beautiful arrangement for your girl so you can watch the game without the guilt. My friends at Blakely's Bouquets have unique and custom designs, and they give you speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com or over the phone, 205-579-4900, or stop by in person right on Oxmoor Road in Homewood. Avoid the upsets at Blakely's Bouquets.
This is the next round. Don't forget, on demand right now, you can get our conversation with Jay Billis from earlier in the week. I recommend listening to that. Get ready for the Sweet 16 tonight. Also, Todd Furman from earlier in the week to get ready for the Sweet 16 later tonight. Marty Smith, if you want to talk a little music, hear what Marty thinks about some music. We got Marty on demand right now. Charlie Potter as well. Charlie Potter has become a hard name for me to say this week.
That's a weird, hard name for you, though.
Yeah, Charlie Potter. If I slow it down, I'm good. From Bama Online with us earlier this week talking about the Crimson Tides camp and some interesting stuff coming out of their first day in pads yesterday. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power. Stay connected when storms blow through with our friends at Alabama Power.
And as weather warms up, we are all thinking about spending more time outdoors. Alabama Power's Renew Our Rivers campaign is kicking off this year's cleanups to help keep rivers and lakes clean and ready for you to enjoy. Since 2000, Alabama Power's Renew Our Rivers effort, one of the nation's largest cleanup efforts, has collected more than 16 million pounds of trash with the support of 122,000 volunteers. To find out how you can get involved and help strengthen Alabama's natural environment, visit alabamapower.com/renew-our-rivers.
Yeah, you get a kick out of this after trivia last night. This girl walked up to me and she was like, "Hey, I got to show you this. I work for Alabama Power, and you popped up on our newsletter that went out this week." And she was like, "That is so crazy." She was like, "Congratulations. So your trivia gig led to you guys doing this."
Yeah, wow, that's incredible.
That's what happened.
What was it? Our little thing we do for the Alabama News Center?
Yeah. Your trivia thing has led to that.
When did you start working at Alabama
And I
Power?
hear you hired 2 other employees. That's even cooler.
Let's play him in with his theme song, On the Road Again. It's time to get on the road again. Brett's with us somewhere in America. Hey, Brett, how are you?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, Brett.
I'm doing fine. I'm rolling down I-81, being Marty Smith's backyard here shortly.
Oh, wait, you're in I-81. That's Concordia, North Carolina, right?
He's from Parisburg, which is just south of Roanoke, and I'm about 75 miles north of Roanoke, headed south.
I was trying to act like I knew America's road map and thought you were talking about his real home of Charlotte, not his original home there in the Blacksburg area.
Right. Real quick before I get to my call, have you guys and if you guys have talked about it and I missed it, I apologize. But Netflix is changing their sharing policy, and you're going to have to start paying extra.
Yeah, I got my little one dialed up Netflix 2 days ago, and I had the thing on my screen telling me they were going up on pricing, but they're also cracking down on the password sharing. I'm going to have to talk to my oldest daughter about that because I think she has shared our password to some people. And
how do they figure it? Do they figure
really
it out
know.
if you're watching, like they can tell that you're watching the same time somebody else is using your password?
I think you have to give an address. You have to give physical address.
And it's either that or the way I heard it, I think they're going to go by IP address as well.
Yeah. Well, but you still are able to have a family plan, though, right? Because I got I got some kids.
I think you would probably, if I had to guess, like if your daughter's using it at Montevallo, you might just have to register that address. So I don't know a way that they can 100% crack down on it, but they're trying to do.
Well,
do that.
where are we price rise?
19 a month. Mine
19.
Mine went up to I think it's $19.95 a month now. I think when I first got on Netflix,
$7.99 for me.
I think it was $9.95 a month. It's going up $10 a month since I got on it.
Yeah, we were Brett. We were $7.99 back in Netflix days when they would mail us. Right, that's how Netflix started.
Yeah,
they
would mail you
us
the DVD.
The DVDs. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you guys are the only thing I stream, so I don't have to pay for it.
Well,
I think it's going to be like $3-something extra a month.
Wow.
Well, HBO is $15 a month, and I would think that Netflix, you can get more for Netflix than you can for HBO.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So
if we were $19.95 a month, just in theory, would you pay that for us, Brett?
I would pay $100 a month.
Okay, put Brett down for $100 a month.
All right,
write Brett down. Remember
Let's show
that.
him the new total. We're now up to
All we need is
100.
1,000 Bretts.
That's right. Just remember that. Okay, Brett, go ahead.
Let's dial this back a little bit, Brett. Seriously, what about $3.99 a month?
Okay, Mr. Dunaway.
Yes.
Welcome to the court of a public opinion of the Alabama Crimson Tide fandom.
What do you mean?
The old landmine.
Yes. the old landmine.
Oh yeah, like I'm responsible for the way that JQ's knee popped out, or that Shackelford couldn't hit a shot, or that J.D. Davidson may be the worst point guard that Alabama's had in a long, long time. I mean, come on, none of that's on me.
Yes, it is. Now you can redeem yourself if you are up to the challenge.
Okay, what is the challenge?
Stake bet with me on the Villanova game tonight, and you take Villanova.
No.
Shut up, Brown. I'm not talking to you, Brown. I'm talking to Dunaway.
No.
Quiet, Brown.
I can end this phone call on my computer right here. I'll do it in a heartbeat if you keep this up, Brett.
I mean, behind the scenes, Dunaway does think Villanova is going to win this game.
You bet on Michigan.
For points, 5.5. I bet on Michigan. Yes, but I do.
He's wearing a Villanova shirt.
I know he's doing that to screw with me.
No, but Brett, he does think Villanova is going to win this game. I can tell. I can tell by the look on his face.
Well, I do, because I did not think Michigan. I didn't think they were going to win the first round game or the second round game, and I definitely don't think they're going to win tonight. Well, I am contractually obligated only to do stakes with this guy right here.
Very unfortunate.
So,
well, then we can do what we did when I paid off his stake. How's that?
A superior grill.
I will allow you to do this,
Go out to
Dunaway.
lunch.
Yeah.
I will. Are we going straight up, or am I giving you points?
Go straight up, Brett.
Let's just go straight up.
Okay, I will take Villanova for a superior grill bet with you, Brett.
I don't like any of you, Brett. You get your first $100 bill in the mail. Now I was going to ignore it until you did this.
Dunaway also thinks Tyreek Hill's going to get the MVP next year.
Brownie, I'll hand it to you in 2 weeks. How's that?
All right,
Okay.
bye. Be careful,
Very good.
Brett.
See you, man.
Yeah.
Now, what else?
I hope this backfires on you too. And the funniest thing tonight, I will laugh, and I'm not going to let up. And I am actually going to, whichever two of you losers loses this thing, I was going to be nice and not send you somewhere really bad. I'll send you somewhere really bad now, because the funniest thing's going to be when Villanova wins tonight and Gonzaga loses. And I am going to come in here and laugh so hard tomorrow that you two... The two Utes have to go somewhere.
What really is crazy, Brown, is when we started this new venture, unlike when we were at Jocks, you were all about team and being not about you and corporate America. You were about us as a team.
Yeah, why are you wearing a Villanova shirt today,
And
Jim?
us as a team, I've not changed. Us as a team is you going on this trip, Brown.
How is that us as a team me going on a trip?
Because you're better at these road trip videos. It's better. It's a better product.
Well, in my defense, I don't think we were doing video the last time I lost.
That is true. We do have a photograph of it.
We were barely in color. Barely in color.
Forrester, do you have a picture of little man? I don't know where it is. I got to show you this, because I showed you. I jinxed myself when I showed you the last time I lost.
That's right.
A picture of me and Leighton, who will actually be graduating high school in 2 months. You guys have seen Jack recently, right?
Yeah, Jack's a grown, man.
I mean, he's almost 6 feet tall. He's 175 pounds.
Yeah,
and this
zero
is
body fat.
This is the last time that I lost.
He's looking. He's giving some time.
All right. I'll tell you, as we approach the top of the hour, part of our show brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Next, 10 years in the making, Bud Light has introduced the next generation of light beer, Bud Light Next. 0 carbs and 80 calories. Bud Light Next has a light body and super crisp taste for easy drinking. You see the logo right here. It's what the can looks like. You're going to love seeing that can by the pool, on the golf course, at the beach, at the lake this year. Bud Light Next, available now wherever you buy beer. Top of the hour, we'll get that picture for you on the other side. When we come back, though, a little NFL conversation. There it is.
Oh,
look at that. Last time you lost, that was Jack.
Y'all keep doing these black and white photos. It looks like it's from the 70s.
I do not remember.
I mean, he was in diapers.
I don't remember Jack being that young.
Yeah.
I didn't think we knew each other when Jack was that young. Wow. Yeah. We're back in a moment on the next round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Beef O'Brady's is the perfect place for food and fun. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Visit the 280 location. The Grove in Hoover, just off 459 in that great Helena location. My friend Bradley and I were in the 459 location at the Grove. He loved that Amarillo Firecracker Burger, Angus Tampa smoked bacon, fried jalapenos, pepper jack cheese, and the sweet jalapeno aioli. On the suggestion of our server, I got the Angus cheeseburger wrap. All your favorite cheeseburger ingredients wrapped in a flour tortilla. Our lunch was terrific. Yours will be as well. Try those items or any other items on the Beef O'Brady's menu. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for food and fun. Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
High Point Properties specializes in creating beautiful acreage home sites around the Birmingham area. They currently have land tracts in the Helena area ranging from 3 to 43 acres. These properties offer creeks, hardwoods, and beautiful mountain views, only minutes from city conveniences. You can buy now and build later. Call Wes at High Point Properties today to view these properties. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit hpprop.com. That's hpprop.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey, if you're in the car buying or selling market, there is one place you've got to check out. That's our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Exclusive Auto Wholesale has the technology that will give you instant cash offers for your car, whether you buy something from EAW or not. Drew and his team want to buy your car, any car. It's as simple as typing in your VIN number, miles, condition, and uploading a few pics, and then bam, from their website, you get an offer for your car instantly. Exclusive Auto Wholesale can take care of you nationwide with repeat business in almost every state. For more information, check out that website, eawcars.net.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the show, another hour live right here on The Next Round, whether you're on the Next Round app or if you're with us on TuneIn Radio. With us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch. Remember to like and subscribe. Don't forget all of our podcasts on Spotify, Odyssey, and the Apple downloads. Thanks for being with us today. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Lunsford, and Forrester, all with you. 1 hour from now, Pat Bradley talks about tonight's Sweet 16, and then we pay tribute to the Godfather later on. We're about to talk a little NFL football, but first our headlines brought to you by our friends at EAW on Highway 31 in Pelham and the Pelham Parkway.
I told you, Dunaway, you need to come out and check out the new ride. It is in the parking lot this morning. I'm in a 2021 Bronco, the Badlands Edition. It's completely loaded with that soft top. It is awesome. If you want to buy it, you can buy the one I'm in right now from our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. It's only got 1,100 miles on it. If you're in the car buying market, you need to go see Drew Shields and the guys at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. No more waiting around 3 to 5 hours to purchase a car. Drew and his team knows that everyone's time matters, and they work efficiently to make sure every customer is 100% satisfied. To view EAW's inventory and those great 5-star reviews, go to EAWcars.net. You can also stop by, see the incredible showroom. It is located 2630 Pelham Parkway.
Alabama had their first practice in pads yesterday. You'll hear more from Nick Saban coming up. 4 games tonight in the Sweet 16, including the last SEC team playing Arkansas and Gonzaga is the first game out of the gate at 6:09 on CBS. And Frank Martin, the fired South Carolina coach, in the mix for the UMass job in the A-10. And this interesting note as we move to talk to the National Football League, the Buccaneers have signed on guard Shaq Mason, his real name, Shaquille Olajuwon Mason, named after the two former NBA stars. He's now teammates with Shaq Barrett, whose real name is Shaquille Akeem Barrett, named after the same two.
Well, that's weird.
NBA players.
How about that? Armando Salguero. Did you know that, Armando? Did Dunaway just give you some news there?
No, I thought they were Shaquille Kobe Mason or something like that.
Armando Salguero is with Outkick, covers the NFL for them, at Armando Salguero on Twitter. I think a lot of people were, look, I'm a Dolphins fan, Armando. I was stunned by this yesterday, and more stunned by the fact that it got to the point that it did in Kansas City with Tyreek Hill, who is one of the top receivers in the game. I mean, I know money's not unlimited. It's just hard to believe it ever got to this point.
Yeah, it's not unlimited. And what happens is typically when free agency comes around and other players are getting paid and you've got a player on your roster that is 1 year out because Tyreek Hill was still under contract for 2022, he's looking at those new contracts and going, why not me? And the problem for the Kansas City Chiefs is, why not you, is because we have to pay Patrick Mahomes. And the Miami Dolphins, the New York Jets, two teams that were interested in Tyreek Hill, they don't have a huge contract on their quarterback because both of them are on their rookie contract. And so either one of them would have been able to fit a player and a contract for Tyreek Hill under their cap. So that's the thing that the Chiefs are looking at. They believe in their front office. They think that they're going to be able to replace Tyreek Hill. They got 5 draft picks as a result of the trade, including a number 1, a number 2, and a number 3. So God bless them, but the Miami Dolphins got better yesterday.
Two-part question here. First, are the Rams getting Bobby Wagner? And the second part of that, has Les Snead forever changed the NFL? Because over a year ago, people thought the Rams and Les Snead were absolutely crazy giving up all these picks. Now you've seen Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson. Other organizations are now doing it.
Yeah, it's not just Les Snead. It's Les Snead and Jason Light. The formula now is if there is a veteran, accomplished quarterback who might be available, come on down because we're going to win Super Bowls wherever you might want to come. And that's, here you go with the Indianapolis Colts. They went out and traded for Matt Ryan. Obviously, you know, the Cleveland Browns, they're looking at Deshaun Watson and thinking, now we've got a complete team. The formula that Les Snead and Jason Light in Tampa Bay put together is bring in a quarterback. If you've got the quarterback, you've got a significant, major part of the whole formula, and you're probably going to be a pretty good team.
You write today at Outkick about how a number of teams have made themselves not playoff contenders, Super Bowl contenders with the moves they made in the free agency. Do you really believe the Colts and Browns and now the Miami Dolphins are legit Super Bowl contenders?
Well, they're all in. The moves that they made are Super Bowl or bust type moves. You don't go out and spend, for example, like the Miami Dolphins, you don't go out and spend $267 million in free agency, not counting your own guys, and then tell your fan base and tell your owner who put the money on the table, yeah, we'd like to improve a game or two in the standings. That's not how that's played internally. Internally, it's we're going to go for it. The Indianapolis Colts didn't make the playoffs last year, but they're not adding Matt Ryan to just try to, catch up to Tennessee. They're trying to do damage. They're trying to do things. So while the pundits and the media and all of us are going, yeah, they don't really contend. Internally, these guys, they have a different view of the world.
Where do you rank Tua Tagovailoa as a quarterback? Let's just say in the AFC. Is he middle of the pack? Is he top half, bottom half? Is he at the bottom? Where do you rank him?
Yeah, I did that the day before. He's at the bottom. Definitely at the bottom.
He's the worst quarterback in the AFC?
In front of Zach Wilson. I mean, who's worse than that? And obviously he has a chance to improve, right? Because in his third year, he's got a new offensive-minded coach whose reputation is that he's a genius, and he'll tell you as much. And they're obviously putting a lot of resources around him, including a new left tackle, new left guard, 2 new wide receivers, a new running back, another new running back, a new fullback, and they still haven't even drafted. So they're thinking that he's going to upgrade. But based on what he's done, Zach Wilson's the only one that's worse.
It's true, all right, but Trubisky is going to start for the Steelers, right? So he at least moved up a spot there.
And Davis Mills for Houston.
I mean, who the hell's the quarterback at Houston?
Yeah, so he's at least moving up.
I think that Trubisky's better than Tua, or at least he was in Chicago. Everybody remembers Trubisky as, the guy with the sketchy accuracy and his last year there that went sideways. He won a lot of. That guy was in the playoffs. I don't know. Tua's never been in the playoffs.
I'm aware.
Okay, I've got 6 teams that would upgrade if Baker Mayfield went to those organizations. Where does Baker end up?
I'm not a big Baker fan.
I'm not either, but I'm just, there are 6 teams that have quarterback issues.
Right. And here's the question. Does Baker Mayfield fix your quarterback issue? I mean, Baker has now, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up as a backup somewhere, kind of like what Trubisky did last year. And sometimes that rehabilitates a reputation more than going out with a team that needs a quarterback and isn't that good. And you're going to be under fire again, and you're going to be running for your life again, and it's just going to be more of the same. Obviously, Carolina can use a quarterback. Seattle can use a quarterback. Is Baker Mayfield that much better than Sam Darnold? Is he any better than Sam Darnold? I don't know. I don't think so.
All right, go follow Armando on Twitter at Armando Salguero. Read him at Outkick. He does a tremendous job covering the NFL all across Outkick and all their platforms. Armando, thank you so much for the time. Always great talking with you.
It's my pleasure, gentlemen.
All right, take care. Armando with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. And He's down on my quarterback.
He is.
Yeah.
He rates him 15th. I've got his list right here from Outkick. He goes Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert. You can shuffle those about any way you want to at the top there. He puts Deshaun Watson 5 with the Browns, Russell Wilson 6 with the Broncos, Derek Carr, maybe the first one that you argue with, at 7.
No, I wouldn't argue with that. Derek Carr's a better quarterback.
Lamar, no, I'm just saying having him that high.
Oh, okay.
Lamar Jackson at 8. He puts Matt Ryan at 107 years old at 9. He puts Ryan Tannehill at 10. Mac Jones at 11 in the AFC. Mitchell Trubisky at 12. Trevor Lawrence at 13. Davis Mills of the Texans at 14. Tua Tagovailoa at 15, and Zach Wilson at 16.
Yeah, I think he's a little too tough there. I mean, Trevor is the number 1 overall pick. What did Trevor Lawrence do last year that showed you he's that much better right now than Tua Tagovailoa?
Like I take Zach Wilson and Trevor off of this. I haven't seen
enough.
enough.
I'm not even sure it's fair with him.
And it might not be fair with Davis Mills, but Tua's going to be a better quarterback in my opinion than Davis Mills. Tua's still 13-8 as a starting quarterback, which is not a bad record in the NFL.
As a basically not even a little more than a half a year starter 2 years ago, had them a game away from the playoffs. This year, as a full year starter, had them a game away from the playoffs. I mean, he's been right in the mix of the playoffs for 2 years now. It's not as if Miami has been 2-15 in back-to-back years.
And Jalen was good this year, but he hasn't had a top-flight weapon yet. He hasn't had a rushing attack. His offensive line has been very average.
Lance, his best receiver has been Devontae Parker. I mean, that is not you're not going to win that way.
And you can only do so much when you've got 2.3 seconds to throw the football.
And look, the excuses are about to be out the window for Tua. We're sitting here making excuses for him, and they may be valid excuses. But as Armando just said, Miami went out and invested in free agency. They got him running backs. They got him a weapon to go with Jalen Waddle, and they got him an offensive line. And if Tua can't do it now, Tua's not going to be an NFL
quarterback. Well, I think we're
quarterback.
about to see Tua's best. But with that said, I think this is more an indictment on how many talented quarterbacks are in the AFC.
Yeah,
I think that's more of the problem for Tua, because if you're realistic and Tua can live up to even whatever potential we think he's got in the NFL, I think there's still 7 or 8 quarterbacks that are going to be in front of him.
Let's revisit the Baker question you asked Armando after Brown tells us about our great folks at Wayne's. One thing I'll tell you before Brown tells you how Wayne's can help your lawn, Wayne's takes care of all of us here on the show. They're our exclusive provider, pest prevention and lawn care, and we appreciate Wayne so much, a great Alabama company that's now all over the SEC footprint.
It is, Jim, and part of that SEC footprint's Arkansas. That's an SEC state.
Yeah.
Woo Pig Suey. Barefoot Good Summer Lawn is what you want, and you got to handle it right now. So get on that EnviroLawn agreement that we're all on, and we're going to give you a month free. Actually, Wayne's is, if you use our code TNR when you call 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1. Let them create your happy place. Don't forget the code TNR for the next round. It helps us and it helps you save, and you're going to get a month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. Get that Barefoot Good Summer Lawn when you call 866-WAYNES-1 and use the code TNR.
I'm just going to read the names that the defector, and again, that may be published in the Kremlin. Hell, I don't know, but it showed up on my timeline today. I read the story on which teams does Baker Mayfield, if he goes there, make them better at quarterback, better than their starter. You would say Atlanta, yes. You would say Carolina, yes. You would say Houston, yes.
Yep, I've got all 3 of those in my 6.
Okay, now here we go. I'm going to read them. You debate with me or tell me, Jim, you're crazy. The defector says he's better than Justin Fields in Chicago.
Again, we have not seen enough.
I don't know. I
fair.
left Fields off this list.
Yeah.
I left guys like Zach Wilson off the list because I just don't know.
He does have the Jets and Zach Wilson there as well. Detroit.
I had them as my – so I've got 6 that I know I feel really good about, and then I've got 2 possibilities. Detroit is one of my 2 possibilities.
Defector says he makes them better. He says Baker's better than any option New Orleans has right now.
They were one of my teams with Detroit, one of my 2 outside of my 6 box. But, I don't have a problem with right now Baker better than James Winston.
Is it weird that if Sean Payton were still the New Orleans coach, I'd actually feel pretty good about Baker Mayfield?
He fits into that system.
Yeah, I would feel good about that.
Great play caller.
Yeah.
The defector likes Baker Mayfield better than Mac at New England.
I mean,
I don't think so. I mean, again, it's early, but I think Mac's a better quarterback.
Mac did hit the rookie wall late. I think this We'll know the answer to that this year.
Bill Belichick's a smart guy. He would not give up Mac for Baker Mayfield.
Minnesota, Baker's better than Kirk Cousins.
I don't think so.
The defector likes Baker more than they do Tua Tagovailoa in Miami.
I mean, Baker's done more than Tua as a pro quarterback. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, I mean, you can make that argument.
Again,
but it's not one of my six I had.
You could completely change that opinion after this year if Tua succeeds with all these weapons.
Yeah, there are 3 that you have not named that I'm surprised.
Still a list going from the defector.
Okay.
Indianapolis.
No, I think Matt Ryan's a better quarterback.
Yeah, I'd take Matt Ryan over Baker.
Daniel Jones, the Giants.
The Giants were one of my 6.
Yeah,
definitely an upgrade.
They say Philadelphia Jalen Hurts is better than Baker. Do you believe that or not?
Here's the weird thing. Nick Sirianni and this organization, they're all in on Jalen Hurts. And I saw some moments, but then watching him in the postseason that first round against Tampa, they couldn't do anything.
But you did watch him in the postseason. I mean, that he got the Eagles to the playoffs.
So I still think he's developing as a quarterback.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know that.
I think I would hold out.
I don't know that Hurts is a guy I would want as my quarterback, but he got the Eagles to the playoffs.
I think there might be more upside with Hurts.
The old Ruski's defector says Pittsburgh, better than what they have in Pittsburgh right now.
Than Trubisky, yeah.
Yeah, I think you already said Pittsburgh.
Oh, did I? Okay. San Francisco.
Again, Trey Lance, I don't know.
Yeah, we haven't seen him. But I mean, they're giving up Jimmy Garoppolo for Trey Lance, so obviously San Francisco does not think that.
Seattle.
Seattle was definitely one of them. I saw an interesting article yesterday, though. Pete Carroll wants Geno Smith back. He thinks Geno Smith can be their starting quarterback and can get them back to the postseason.
Really?
I love Pete Carroll. I'm starting to think maybe the mind is melting a little bit. I mean, do you guys believe that at all?
I don't. I do not believe they could get. They couldn't get to the playoffs. Lance, they couldn't get to the playoffs for Russell Wilson this year. You think they're going to do it with Geno Smith?
Baker Mayfield definitely upgraded Seattle.
2 more. Washington.
I think Carson Wentz has probably shown me more, but can he stay healthy?
A healthy Carson Wentz, definitely.
This is why I'd like to invest in 2 more cameras up here. I'd love to be on Lunsford for the last one. Tennessee.
Hey, what's Lunsford's opinion on that, Rockstar? Does he think Baker Mayfield will be an upgrade over Ryan Tannehill?
I'm getting a yes.
I mean, that's a tricky one there. I don't know. I mean, again, they were just the 1 seed. Could Baker Mayfield have had Tennessee as the 1 seed without Derrick Henry?
Tannehill played like an MVP down the stretch 2 years ago.
But boy, he was awful in the postseason.
You know, one that you didn't name that blows me away.
The defector didn't name one?
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost the entire league.
It was one of my 6, my primary 6, where I know it would be an upgrade.
Who's that?
It's the Atlanta Falcons.
I started with Atlanta.
No, you said Falcons.
I started with Atlanta, and you said yes.
Maybe that's where I got the Pittsburgh and Atlanta message.
So the defector, by the way, I just looked it up. It's all the cast-offs from Deadspin. All the people that used to make Deadspin great.
Really?
They started the defector.
Yeah. I got their first
congratulations.
Email to me.
Jimmy Current, you're always in front.
I think I saw that it was $79 a month. I mean, $79 a month. My gosh, no way. $79 a year. If you want to read
charging for it?
Yes.
I got it for free today.
They're baiting you.
Yeah.
Well, they're sucking you in.
First one free.
And it absolutely worked. We just read it on the show. $79 a year or $119 if you do it monthly.
Are you endorsing them now? You're going to do a whole commercial for them?
$1,000. They are charging $1,000 subscription for a year. You get.
What do I get?
You get to read everything, which, by the way, I would hope so at $1,000 a year. Your name is listed on the website as a Defector Hall of Famer.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's awesome.
You can't really put a price on that. You are entered in their quarterly lottery to co-host the Fun Bag section with Drew and Roth.
Okay,
With who?
If there's one good idea that you read out, let's mark it down.
Yeah, no doubt. For $1,000 a year, you get a quarterly Zoom meeting to discuss how the business of Defector is going.
Well, why would I even care about that?
You get if I'm paying $1,000 a month, I hope it's
if they
going
want
well.
to get me on that Zoom right now, I'm going to say shitty.
Yeah. You get a quarterly piece of free merch. Quarterly for $1,000.
Wow, makes our price point look good.
You get a free advance copy of any book written by a Defector staffer.
If they write a book.
I mean, my gosh, I'm down to the last one. This better be good. An annual video from a writer wishing you a happy birthday the day after your birthday.
Well, that sucks ass.
The day after your birthday.
Wow.
For $1,000 a year?
Can you even name one of the writers?
No, Drew and Roth, apparently, according to this.
If they write a book.
That is a ripoff. $1,000 a year?
I think it's got to be a joke.
I mean, for $1,000 a year, Rockstar will let you middle name his child.
Yeah.
He'll play when you're having sex with your wife in the corner of your bedroom.
That's right. You did say you would do that for $1,000 with your back turned.
I would.
That is a value.
Yeah, unbelievable. All right, trash is coming up on the other side. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Champies. They bring you this hour all the time. It's officially lunchtime in Alabama right now. Highway 119 in Alabaster. If you're on 65 right now and you're bearing down on that Alabaster exit going north or south, pull on over, get off, and go on Highway 119 right there in Alabaster, short off the exit. There at the Alabaster exit, and enjoy Sterling's location. Great southern fried chicken, all the sides. They've got the Mississippi Delta tamales, chicken on a stick with the peppers fried right into it there. A lot of other items, including po' boys, all right there at Champy's world famous fried chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster. They'll cater your meetings. They'll cater your parties. They'll cater your tailgate. They'll just make life better. They're open for lunch and dinner every day. It is champyschicken.com.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Want to bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Weight of Wellness. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Weight of Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Weight of Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on the Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Weight of Wellness. Women in here.
The tough guy over there.
I mean, they're complaining about how cold it is in here, Rockstar.
It's a little chilly today.
Everybody says that except Brown.
So they
he also doesn't like to. He doesn't get spicy either.
Huh?
It's got a little kick to it, I guess.
What?
You know, we worry a lot about the trees behind us. We got rid of the green ones.
How's your oxygen?
The Christmas trees.
We got rid of the green ones yesterday.
Yeah.
But nobody worries about how the show looks. We're all in jackets in July.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was going to watch the Next Round, but they were wearing
Brown,
jackets in July.
You just got served.
Yes, I did, didn't I?
Hey, part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale right there on Highway 31 in Pelham. Go check out the Bracket Challenge right there, the Pelham Parkway. We appreciate them being part of the family as well. And also would love for you to stop by and see my friends at Blakely's Bouquet right there in Homewood. We need to, and I'd love at some point for us to do a segment on worst first dates. I wonder, did anybody have bad first dates behind the glass? Rockstar, you and Nancy, was it a good first date?
I have never, besides Nancy, we had a lunch date. I have never in my life been on a first date. I have never asked a girl out, hey, we would like go out to dinner with me. Never in my life. So all my girlfriends came up with like we were just friends that just formed into a relationship. It's crazy.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so no bad first dates for me because I was too much of a puss to ask somebody out.
Were you and Jennifer a good first date?
Yeah, our first date, I was 15, she was 14, believe it or not. And it was a school dance. And then actually I dated another girl for a little bit, a couple girls. She had another boyfriend, or she went on a date, and then we didn't start dating again for a full year. Went to another school dance, and then we dated from then till we got married.
What about you? First dates?
I've had some interesting ones.
Yeah. I'd like to hear the rest of that.
Interesting.
No, I mean, after a handle of vodka, the girl calls me the wrong name.
Lawrence?
It's always like a Bond film.
Brett. I'll never forget it.
Brett?
Yeah.
Brett.
Oh, interesting.
Oh. You used to work with a Brett, didn't you?
No, one of my best friends is Brett, but it had nothing to do with that. It's really a funny story, but I probably won't tell it here on the air. I'll just never forget my older brother. So I was a freshman in college, and we had gone back, and me and a couple of buddies had taken a couple of girls that we had dates or whatever and hung out with, and we went back there to drink. And I'll never forget, he woke me up. He had his hands around my throat. And he was like, got me out of my parents' house bed, put me in his car, took me back to his place to clean his place up.
Good day.
We had a wild party.
That was a lesson. That was a lesson.
I got called Brett that night. It didn't bother me, though.
Blakely's Bouquets. We're going to do something with these first dates. If you've got one, DM us, or if you want to do it publicly, you can drop it to us on Twitter at Next Round Live, or email the show. You can find the email address at nextroundlive.com. Blakely's Bouquet right there in Homewood, right off of Oxmoor Road. You can look them up at blakeleysbouquets.com. It's BLAKELEE' in bouquets, Blakely's Bouquets, and online at blakeleysbouquets.com. We appreciate them so much, and that's where Brown and I think I kicked his butt in the bouquet making competition we had earlier, right? Did I ever win that vote?
Yeah, I did. Don't know.
You don't know?
I don't.
I'll say I won that. There you go. It's another W for Dunaway there. Thank you, Blakely's Bouquets. 156 days away from the start of the college football season. We'll get back into college football. We've talked a little Bama and a little LSU earlier, but right now it is time for Trash with LT. Hit the big button.
Bag up, bag up. There you go, Terry. Put it in reverse,
Put it
Terry.
in reverse, Terry.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. What you doing, Terry?
LT's
he
Trash
got
is
lit up.
presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
One of the single funniest videos I've ever seen.
And the funny thing is the people that wear the T-shirts, does he get paid on his likeness?
Oh, I don't know. I've seen a birthday cake with it on there. Put it in reverse, Terry, and it's it's got all the
He's
sparklers.
struggling to get that thing in reverse.
He really is.
Panicking.
Hey, let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Got a Pasco County man was arrested after deputies say he stole an Xbox because he has a, quote, video game addiction. Now, the sheriff's office said Saturday, Gary Rodriguez, 22, arranged to meet a seller he met on Facebook Marketplace. Once the seller showed Rodriguez the console, he grabbed it and ran. Deputies said they found Rodriguez nearby where they arrested him. When deputies searched his backpack, they found the Xbox and an 8-inch chef's knife. Rodriguez told deputies he had brought the knife for protection.
Never know.
You got to put it in the bag by the Xbox.
Yes.
Now, Rodriguez admitted he had no intention of paying for the console. Additionally, he said he stole it because of a video game addiction, which made him want the newest console, but he didn't have the money for it.
So just steal it. I mean, that is a plausible solution, right? Don't have money for it, just take it.
But the crazy thing, if there's a confrontation, if the guy tries to get it back, does Rodriguez stab him with the 8-inch knife?
Then it's probably going to be attempted murder at that point. So.
But he may be so messed up he thinks that the guy gets another life or two before he loses the game.
Yeah.
He's a video gamer.
Interesting here. There is a stage musical about the making of the classic film Jaws.
A musical.
And they have just landed their leading man, Jared Spector. Now, Tony-nominated Spector, whose Broadway credits include Beautiful, the Carole King musical, and The Cher Show, will play Steven Spielberg and Bruce.
You know what I wish he would play? Young Bruce Springsteen on Broadway. You see the boss in him at all?
No, he's got dark hair. He's a dude.
Yeah, Lance wrote about that.
Yeah, I don't really see much of the boss.
Now, Bruce, based on Jaws' screenwriter Carl Gottlieb's 1975 memoir, The Jaws Log, will premiere at Seattle Rep with previews beginning May 27th and an opening night set for June 8th. It is named after the nickname given to the 25-foot mechanical great white shark star of Jaws, which was the attorney on set that kept bitching and complaining about the budget. Now, the musical centers on a young Spielberg facing poor weather, dangerous water, hostile locals, and an exploding budget.
So you're a fan of both these films. Would you rather go see this on stage or The Shining on stage? They're doing the musical The Shining.
I like Jaws the movie better. I think The Shining, I don't know. I think both would be really good.
Yeah.
I'd go see both.
Dunaway has something to show you.
Well, Dunaway, he's pulled up a photo of the balls.
Springsteen?
I just don't see a whole lot of Springsteen in him.
Springsteen?
I really don't, no.
I'd show you too, Rockstar, but you can't see that far.
He does have dark hair.
Hey, do you guys believe in revenge? I think you told me that your pastor gave a sermon and talked about Creasy Bear the other day.
He did talk about Creasy Bear.
I think if there is one, the greatest revenge film might be Man on Fire.
I did tell my pastor that. I texted him thanking him for using Man on Fire in a sermon and told him it's the best revenge movie of all time.
Yeah, it might be.
I think it is. Now, the sermon was not about revenge, to be abundantly
Well, we
clear.
have a revenge story here that
Right.
might have gone a bit far. You guys tell me,
I just
okay?
want you to know, Shades Mountain Baptist Church not preaching
I
about
get
getting
it.
revenge.
But I do believe in revenge a lot of times.
Okay.
This one might have gone a tad bit too far, but I will give her an A for creativity.
All right.
So a woman who had her dancing career brutally ended when a love rival pushed her off a stage and broke her ankle has revealed how she waited 8 years for her revenge by impersonating her attacker and canceling her wedding.
8 years.
Wow.
Landon LaRue.
That is holding a grudge.
Now 35 from Los Angeles, has dreamed of being a dancer since she was a toddler, joined a professional company at the age of 17. Her dream ripped away when a fellow dancer pushed her off stage because she was talking to a boy she liked. Now the fall resulted in a broken ankle, which meant she was unable to dance professionally and was kicked out of the company. Now a digital marketing manager might want to reach out. Landon finally got her revenge after 8 years when she heard through a mutual friend that the love rival was getting married.
Okay.
She then contacted all of the bride's wedding vendors just 3 days before the big day to cancel, ruining the ceremony.
Wow.
Quote, my friend had the wedding binder and left me alone with it. I took the pictures of every page, had all the details of the vendors and their numbers. I still didn't know exactly what I would do, but I had what I needed. I waited for 3 days before the wedding. I called every vendor apart from the photographer, and efficient as they were, her family members, and canceled. She had no flowers, linen, makeup artist, venue, or caterer. Still had to pay for all the services.
This is, yeah.
That's well played, though. I like that a lot.
I mean, it is creative.
Sometime after the wedding, the maid of honor told me that the couple had wed in her back garden and that she had to do her own hair and makeup despite the bride ruining her shining dance career. Landon eventually apologized for spoiling the ceremony after she was tipped off about who actually canceled all the services. Landon said, quote, she found out it was me and I apologized. She said it was the worst day of her life. I felt bad about what I had done. I wanted to bury the hatchet. You can tell she got a little crazy in those eyes.
So you calling that even? Is that tick for tat?
Well, I mean, she did break her leg getting pushed off a stage, right?
When they said, I think the story said for the same boy that this girl ended up marrying.
Oh, see, now I didn't get that part.
I
So
think
it was the same guy.
It was the same guy that they both had a love interest in their
Now,
marriage.
what I would like to do
gone.
is talk to the dance coach and see how good this girl was.
You kill one of mine, I kill one of yours.
That way.
I do certain things, you know. I got an itchy cheek. Got a little bit of a meth problem. It's all scratchy, you know.
Finally watched The Godfather if you weren't here early in the
So Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon is actually going to DJ at Chicago's Lollapalooza Music Festival this July alongside...
Does it look like a DJ?
He's got the little microphone.
Yeah.
Oh, man, he looks like Nick Searcy, the actor.
Might have to Google that one. What's he in, Lance?
So Nick Searcy was one of the pilots that died in Castaway. He's the guy that...
He's got a little Nick Searcy in him.
bit,
And he was in Justified. He was Art in Justified.
Yeah, I can see that.
Did I miss out not going to see Zed or Marshmallow in
But look at
Vegas?
this. This is going to be spot on.
Zed or Marshmallow, Jim?
Yeah.
What songs do they sing?
They're DJs, but they're always with other artists.
Yeah.
Like I think Zed did something with
That's
Maren
him,
Morris.
isn't it?
That is Nick Searcy. Gosh.
That's a
They're
good pull,
almost
isn't it?
twins.
Yeah.
That is a heck of a pull.
So
They're
anyway,
both-
I
they're
didn't
both
realize,
bald.
Lollapalooza always got a pretty good bill, but Metallica, Dua Lipa, Doja Cat, Green Day are headlining.
Doja
And
the Cat?
Goldman Sachs
And the
CEO
60-year-old
is spinning.
who moonlights as an electronic dance DJ when he's not running one of the largest investment banks in the world. He has brought in record-breaking profits at Goldman while spinning records. Now, a spokesperson for Goldman Sachs confirmed that Solomon, who regularly DJs at clubs in Miami and New York under the alias D-Soul, he'll hit the stage at Lollapalooza, which hosted about 400,000 attendees in 2019. Now, he does a number of high-profile events, such as the Amazon event in 2019 and did the Sports Illustrated Super Bowl party this past year. We also have a friend that DJs on the side.
Yep.
Derek Purdy.
That's right, Purdy.
But it can be hard. I mean, it's not as easy as it looks.
Oh, I could never do it.
No, it looks really difficult.
And they're really into it. You got to have that one headphone on, not both.
Yep.
Well, I've never been to a what's the kind of music again? The
house music.
Yeah, the house music. Until we were in Nashville and we stopped off at one, and the guy he had the one headphone, and he was really into it. And then he'd bring in another song, and then he'd bring the other one out. Then the other song would come back, and they worked their butts off up there.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I thought you just hit a playlist.
Did you
and
were
let
one of
it
those
go.
guys? Sir, excuse me. Do you play Dixieland Delight? Thank you.
It's my friend's birthday.
Yeah. Could you give him a shout out?
Okay, so I got interesting facts for you.
Let's do it.
People eat dried ants instead of popcorn at the movie theaters in Colombia. Now, the roasted ants are eaten by the handful and are considered an aphrodisiac.
I bet an ant's spicy. When you think it's a little spicy?
I don't want an aphrodisiac when I'm watching a movie.
You don't?
No, not really. God, this is good. Is it hot in here? It's a good movie.
You don't know how to watch a movie, Rockstar.
I'm going to stick with popcorn.
Yeah, I like popcorn.
Bombardier beetles project hot, noxious chemicals from their anuses. If the beetle is caught by a toad, their defense mechanism forces the predator to puke them back up.
Oh.
That's a noxious anus gas.
And let me ask you, do you end up, can animals learn from that mistake and I'm not going to eat that again?
Don't eat that one again. Yeah. Trust me, Ernie. You do not want the Beatles. Yeah.
Well, Ernie would eat anything.
Ernie's going to the border again.
Did you guys realize Da Vinci took 12 years just to paint the lips on the Mona Lisa? He carried the painting wherever he went and worked on it constantly.
12 years?
Just for the lips.
For the lips?
She really doesn't have lips. Pull the Mona Lisa.
It's the smirk.
Isn't the Mona Lisa, right. Isn't it smaller than you might imagine? That's what I've heard.
But Mona
if you go
Lisa
see the real one,
today would be going to get it lip injections.
Oh, probably so. But I've heard if you see the real Mona Lisa, it's the Louvre, right? I've heard that it's smaller than you would imagine.
It's
you
not
expected,
huge.
Yeah.
It's
like Daniel Moore's pictures are way bigger.
Yeah.
Look, she looks, that's not Kylie Jenner.
12 years, huh?
Those are small lips.
Those are small lips. And, I got to say, for 12 years, I hate to sound like Dunaway here.
Yeah.
I expect a little more.
I would expect more, too.
Yeah.
I mean, Leo was able to sketch out Rose in hours
just
and
like
get
that.
business done.
Yeah.
It took him 12 years to do lips.
I mean, which is harder to draw, a good boob or two lips?
What's the actual size?
Yes. Thank you, Rockstar. There's the actual size. See how small that thing is? That's what I've heard.
No, you couldn't hit that with a dart.
No.
What would you say, 2x6?
If you brought a dart there and threw it at it, you think you'd get in trouble?
A little couple alarms would go off.
You get in trouble? Sir.
Okay, here's another interesting fact. The silent man in the UK repeatedly gets arrested for standing on a certain road to block traffic. He never speaks a word, not even to the court or his own lawyer. Every time he's released, he repeats the crime and remains completely silent.
So we don't know why he's doing it.
No, they didn't say anything. He didn't even. They even plead guilty or not guilty. So
The minute I saw this movie, I knew the guy had won an Academy Award. It's one of the best performances in film history. Javier Bardem's performance as Antoine Chigurh in No Country for Old Men was named the most realistic depiction of a psychopath by an independent group of psychologists in the Journal of Forensic Sciences.
I was at lunch with...
Is that not... that's a pat on the back.
I was at lunch with friends the other day, and this movie came up, and we all agreed we cannot think of a more random weapon in any movie ever than that one.
The air compressor?
Yeah, I mean, guys using an air compressor as a weapon.
Stand still, sir.
Killing people with it.
We'll call it.
I don't understand.
The coin flip scene?
I'm confused on No Country. I have not seen No Country for Old Men. That is not the one that killed the Merlot business.
No, Sideways.
That was
Sideways.
I'm not drinking Merlot.
Those two are nothing alike, are they?
No.
They both have actors in it.
Dark comedy, and one is a dark drama.
I don't know how you could confuse those two.
I always thought No Country for Old Men were those guys who went back to wine country.
Oh my gosh.
Thomas Hayden Church is a horn dog in that movie, by the way.
In the wine country one?
Oh, yeah, it's Sideways. It's his bachelor party, by the way.
Okay. Now, that is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, Mortgage Right's pre-approval experts will get you the verification and reassurance you need to master the mortgage process. Plus, with a Mortgage Right pre-approval, you'll know your home buying budget and will be able to shop with confidence. Don't let doubt keep you shut out. Start your home buying journey today at mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
And our show being brought to you this hour by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew will cater for your parties, your office meetings, or whatever. But also, if you've got a travel team, soccer, lacrosse, baseball, softball, basketball, doesn't matter, swing by their location on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Enjoy lunch or dinner anytime. ChampysChicken.com. Check it out today.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at lanceslock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at lanceslock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed this NCAA tournament, lanceslock.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Part of our show being brought to you by Redmond Vodka, the official vodka of the 2022 World Games. It's Charles Barkley's company.
Yeah, it's locally owned and operated. Barkley is one of the faces behind it. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. Vodka perfection. Redmond vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides a smooth finish, doesn't have that harsh aftertaste. The official vodka here on The Next Round is Redmond vodka. Pick up a bottle today. Local package store, including the Beverage Place and Pink Package, and also ABC stores.
Anytime that the Fox 8 I-Team's involved, you know it's going to be a serious story, Brown. Fox 8's I-Team is reporting today some bad news for one NFL team.
Fox 8 is based in Cleveland, and I would almost say only the Browns could do this. The Fox 8 I-Team has learned a second grand jury in another Texas county has convened to hear evidence against quarterback Deshaun Watson.
So criminal charges could be coming still.
Could you imagine if you're the Browns and you've structured this, you've done this deal now?
Yeah, I mean, those first-round picks are gone.
There's no going back. You've done this deal.
You still got Baker. I bet he'll be happy.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, no, I instantly said when Brown showed me this story, I said,
you're Baker, what do you do?
I'm not playing for you. I refuse to. I've got enough money.
Top drawer, top right drawer.
I've got enough money. I'm not playing for you.
That's right.
You can say you're not going to trade me somewhere else. I can retire. I'm not playing for you.
I have the keys to the stadium. I'm just
That's
going to lock
right.
it out.
I live here.
I'm not going to play for you.
Yeah, I think I'd say, hey, look, you give me some of that Deshaun money.
That's right. Now, I know how you value quarterbacks now. Let's talk price because I'm your only guy now.
Yeah, I'm not going to play for you. I refuse to.
Yeah. I say next Thursday is Baker Mayfield Day. We anoint that in Cleveland.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
I would say I'd love to play for the Cleveland fans. I'd love to play for my teammates. As soon as Jimmy Haslam sells the team, I'm back. That's what I would tell him.
Okay, well.
Could you imagine being a Browns fan?
Nick Mullins is your guy then.
You finally think you've got a top-level quarterback, and then this happens.
It should be noted, journalistic Jim comes out here and points out that the Fox 8 I-team is learning that a second grand jury in another Texas county is convened to hear evidence against quarterback Deshaun Watson, that originally a grand jury did not find enough evidence to proceed with criminal charges. There is an opportunity for this grand jury to find the same thing, to not have enough evidence to, just because there's a grand jury convened doesn't mean there'll be criminal charges pending against Deshaun Watson.
That is correct, and this is not, according to the district attorney there, a new complaint. This is one of the original complaints, but they had this complaint, and they waited for Harris County to finish their deliberations before they handed this to a grand jury.
I mean, this is such a hexed organization.
It really is.
So that is a story to continue watching in the National Football League. Tonight's the Sweet 16. We'll talk to Pat Bradley coming up. More on that in a second. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks with NASCAR and the Talladega Super Speedway. It's time to go racing again here in Alabama in April.
It is. 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com for your tickets. Don't forget, when you get tickets, enhance your race weekend by adding the Talladega Garage Experience. It is the most immersive garage experience in all of NASCAR. Big Bill's is just a gorgeous facility there. I was just in there the other day. Geico 500, 2 o'clock Central, Sunday, April 24th. Get your tickets and get that garage experience by going to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That's the number 2, 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
First game tonight in the Sweet 16 on CBS at 6:09, Arkansas and Gonzaga. To me, one big thing to watch here, Drew Timme. Does he get into early foul trouble again? That's when Gonzaga can lose this basketball game if Timmy's in trouble.
Well, look, Note's got to hit his shots. Arkansas was awful from the field against New Mexico State. They've got to hit the threes. Timme has got to play better in the first half.
Yeah, boy, his second half, though, was incredible.
He's been incredible both second halves. Nembhard is really the guy that has been going for Gonzaga, but Gonzaga needs to jump out to a fast start, and again, protect that perimeter. As long as Arkansas is not hitting their shots, they got no shot against Gonzaga.
Texas Tech and Duke in the second game on CBS. Number one Ken Pom rated defense in America is Texas Tech. A challenge for Duke to score points tonight. We'll talk to Pat Bradley about all of that coming up on the other side as we go to the final hour of the next round, brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. When it's time to get outfitted to be outdoors, Nichols Outfitters the place for you.
Hey, and they got that tent up right now. That means 50% or more off everything under that tent. That includes Cool, Badlands, Columbia, Drake, and more. Knives, shoes, boots, sunglasses, all of it, 50% off or more under the big tent for the big sale. Hurry. The good stuff won't be there long. It is now through April 1. Nichols Outfitters in Pelham.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've now been on the program for about 6 weeks, and in that time, I've now lost over 40 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals in the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me accountable along with the entire Next Round crew. It's been much easier than I thought it would be, and it can be for you too. Just visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program and then join us in our journey to healthy living. That's aplanforme.com to get started on your weight loss journey with Way to Wellness.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, final hour of the show now, and we're about to talk a little basketball and then Godfather. Is there a chance we can talk both with Pat Bradley coming up in just a second? I hope so. anything.
One time he was on Utah Fever Pitch.
Yeah, so a little upgrade movie.
I would say.
The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision today. If you're looking for a new way to see March Madness, Michelson Laser Vision can get that dialed in for you.
Yeah, simple. Make the call today. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Look, it might not be. I told a story a couple of days ago. I've had multiple friends in this business. They've gone to see Dr. Mark Michelson to see if they were candidates. He told them straight up, you're not a candidate. If you are a candidate like I was, Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. I had the 2200 vision. Now I have 2015 vision, better than 2020. At least get the hassle-free consultation. All you got to do is call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They will hook you up. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, located at UAB Highlands. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
The Shooter, Pat Bradley with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Shooter? How are you? Rockstar. We're missing the Shooter.
What's up, boys?
Oh, there he is. Hey. What's going? A little delay.
I'll have to tell you, one of the biggest life-changing moments in my life was when I got LASIK surgery about 20 years ago.
That was when I got it done, Pat.
I was one of the first, man, and it was, if you've been thinking about it, I'm trying to get Peter Burns to do it as well. It's, for those who know what it's like to have to wear contacts in the morning. You remember how you couldn't see anything? You had to throw on.
Pain in the ass is what we call it.
Yeah, and then it's truly a miracle, man, to wake up and actually see and not have to scramble for your glasses. I'm telling you, if anybody's thinking about it, it shouldn't even be thought. It's life-changing.
All you have to do is tell Peter Burns he can read putts better, and he'd get it for that reason only.
Well, Tiger had it done, Tiger did it. Tiger Woods had it done a few years ago.
That should be enough.
That should be enough right there.
Not to take a shot at your team, it looked like none of them had their contacts in. They shot under 28% against New Mexico State. If Arkansas is to beat Gonzaga tonight, what do they have to do?
What's funny is I just turned on my TV and Coach Seth Greenberg is about to break this game down too. So do you want me to put it next to the television?
No, we want
the Shooter.
The Shooter.
He's going to tell us how Gonzaga is going to beat their butt. But I think one of the positives for the Hogs is they've got a few guys. They go 6'8", 6'7", 6'6", who really are about as good of defenders as you're going to find in the country. And I think that's something that people probably didn't pay much attention to just because Auburn was having such a great year, Kentucky, Tennessee. Slowly, the Razorbacks kept just winning games. And they were doing it sometimes like you saw on Saturday night, just kind of ugly, not a lot of shots, but they made 22 of 25 from the free throw line. And so they were able to do different things in that respect. So if they can get their mentality where they've won big games in that attack, space people, use our advantage, which is put it on the floor, go at people, and get to the free throw line, they don't have to make more than, you're going to have to make a couple of threes against Gonzaga. You're going to have to, right? But you don't have to make 10. You can win with 6-7 threes, which they've got enough guys that can shoot to make about 6-7 threes. I mean, that they average probably 7, I think. So, I think it's a good matchup. As good of a matchup as you can hope for against Gonzaga, who's really good. So,
is there a way that you? Drew Timmy's had a problem getting to early foul trouble sometimes. When you've got a guy who may be questioning himself defensively early in games, do you go right at him? Do you attack him? Is that a game plan for you?
I think so. And for both teams, what's going to be key, because Jalen Williams does also get into foul trouble at times. I think that's going to be key for both teams because they're going to try to get J.D. Note and Jalen Williams in foul trouble as well. But, yeah, I think you go at Drew Timme as much as you can. and Chet Holmgren. Now, what I kind of have been trying to figure out is who guards who in that situation. I probably would say Jalen Williams on Drew Timme, but then again, I mean, Jalen, you need to have him on the floor. That Drew Timme he's so good, guys. His footwork, he's about as good as you want as a player in the country. And I'm not overstating that. I really believe he is about as good as a low post. He gets where he wants to, all that stuff in the country. So I don't know if, you could switch guys. And I think what we learned from Coach Musselman is he will, when you're talking about the opposing team's best player, he will switch different guys on him. And I think that's what he's going to do. Trey Wade, Au'Diese Toney, Kamani Johnson, Jalen Williams, Stanley Amude. I wouldn't be surprised if he kind of mixes up different defenses and different guys on Timme and Holmgren just to give them different looks. But that's, again, like I said, not many teams have sort of a variety of guys to do that, and he does.
Pat Bradley, the shooter, is with us, SEC Network, at Pat Bradley22, if you would like to follow him on Twitter. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. That game they played against Memphis was gassed, Pat. And some of that was foul trouble. They got limited because of fouls. But boy, Gonzaga was able to dictate the pace in the second half, and Memphis was absolutely gassed. How do you, if you're Eric Musselman, how do you combat that? Can they run with them? Do you think they want to run with them?
You have to do a little bit of both if you're the Hawks, because I think they can. I think they're more athletic in terms of quicker guys like Devo Davis, Stanley Amude, Au'Diese Toney. These guys are, like I said, 6'5" to 6'7", quick, athletic. So naturally you want them in the open floor. They're not necessarily guys that they can slow it down. So I think you have to be smart about picking your spots. And really it comes down to how can you slow them down a few possessions, and that would be get a few offensive rebounds. Nothing slows down a team that's trying to run in transition if they can't get the defensive rebound. So you attack the rim, and like I said, Hogs got a few guys that can do that. Those athletic wings can do that. Get you a few offensive rebounds, get you a couple of steals in transition, and then on the other end, Jalen Williams, defensive rebound, he's a big man that can actually lead the break. So then you run in those opportunities and those transitions. And slow it down and make them get down and play defense when they have to, which this Razorback team has shown to do that. They don't turn it over at a high rate. They're well coached in the sense of they know where they need to be when in the half-court set. Now, you mentioned three-point shooting. That they could beat New Mexico State like that, but, against Gonzaga, there's a good chance you may need, like I said, to make some of those threes. But, again, in transition, you get a lot better looks in transition than you would in the half court.
Okay, if you had to bet one of your fingers that one ACC team gets to a Final Four in New Orleans, Duke, North Carolina, or Miami, which one is it?
I would say, North Carolina. I would go definitely North Carolina. I think Texas Tech will beat Duke, and Miami's a fun team, but I think Kansas, they got such great rim protection with that big McCormick kid. But look what they did to Walker Kessler. That wasn't pretty, but I think the East Division right now looks. Oh man, that's why I feel so bad for Kentucky. The East looks so wide open. Yep. It really does. UCLA is probably going to the Final Four.
And you bring up a great point there with Kentucky and Auburn and Tennessee. I mean, those were three teams that I thought had a legitimate shot at a national championship. And I know we're moved on to the Sweet 16, but my goodness, what happened to this league?
It's, the simple thing is you get exposed, and every team had a flaw, and unfortunately, each one of those teams' flaws were exposed early on. It's sometimes your flaws, like Right? I mean, Gonzaga's flaw could get exposed tonight. It almost got exposed Sunday night in the second round. Arizona's flaw almost got exposed second round. So I think that's because it's the same team. You know, I mean, you could argue that Kentucky isn't playing right now like they were a month ago. Sure, you could argue that. Or that Auburn, when they were number one, isn't playing the same now than they were when they were number one. And, I think they lost like maybe 5 out of their last 8. But that was based a lot on schedule. They went to Arkansas and to Florida. So, but that's the tough thing about the tournament, man. You don't know which one of these teams that are going to pose those problems for you until you get the bracket, and then you try to figure out how do we kind of mask that and turn our negatives into a positive. So, each game is different, I suppose. I mean, Tennessee gets bit by the bug where they can't shoot that one game. That one game. Of all the games, that one game they only made 3 threes. I mean, how could you plan on that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Are you a fan of The Godfather?
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
Yeah, 50 years ago today, theatrical release in the theaters there.
The question is, are you a Godfather? I'm a Godfather. Any of you guys?
I am not a Godfather.
No. I am not.
I don't know that that's is that as big in the South as it is? I mean, Boston, that's a very Catholic town, right, where you grew up in Massachusetts.
Fellas, well, then let me be the first to tell you, kiss the ring. Yeah, everybody's got a Godfather, Godmother. Actually, funny, my brother's got 2 boys, so I expect to be a Godfather thrice over. But the one that I am was a pastor down in Arkansas.
Oh, really?
Wow.
How about that?
I like that.
Down in Arkansas.
Yeah. You never come to my house.
Oh, God. Dunaway watched it for the first time last night.
I watched it for the first time last night.
And he's done his Vito Corleone the whole show, and it is awful.
Don't they get a cotton ball stuck in his throat? You know that was the story with
Brando.
Marlon Brando?
Marlon Brando, yeah. He was fooling around, and he stuck some cotton balls in the corners of his mouth, and he started playing around with the voice because he got shot in the neck.
Right.
And that's the reason why he has that gravelly voice. So he started playing around with it and ended up doing the rest of the movies with his with cotton balls stuck on the sides of his cheek.
Well, one of the most iconic lines, I'll make him an offer he can't refuse. I'm sure your former coach, Nolan Richardson, did that for some of those players, right?
Yeah.
That's how you get the shooter from Boston. Yeah.
That's right. And I was talking to somebody about recruiting, and it is there's certain people who walk into a room and they separate themselves, big personalities. And I was trying to explain, like, from a college football standpoint, the confidence that Coach Nick Saban, Coach Kirby Smart, when those guys walk into a room, and I know Urban Meyer is not a popular figure to some people, but here's a reason why he was a great recruiter. They walk into a room and they basically say, and I'm not talking about money, but it's that mentality. I'm going to make you an offer. You can't say no. You tell me why you should be playing for me. You tell me why you should be. You know what I mean? It's just those. And Nolan Richard was like that, man. I mean, there was some stories about him on the recruiting trail where, he would walk into a room, other coaches would be there with the recruit's house, and he would just basically look at the other coach and say, "You probably should just leave. You have really no chance." And what are you gonna do? I mean, dude's 6'4", and it looks like he can just tear your limb to limb. So you're like, okay,
all right, I'm out of here.
Yeah. He did.
I'm out of here.
He was intimidating. Hey, I want you to know, Pat, you always welcome on this show, whether it's a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday. It doesn't matter. You're welcome.
Monday, Tuesday, Apollonia. He was like a thunderbolt. Those eyes.
Pat Bradley, the shooter. Thank you, Pat. Enjoy the game tonight.
All right, yes, and don't ever be a Fredo. We get a lot of Fredos running around in the SEC, so be careful.
Dunaway hadn't got to that point yet. He hadn't seen two yet.
I haven't seen two yet. I've just got one last night.
Oh, gee, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. We haven't told him don't go fishing with Fredo just yet. Thank you, Pat. Take care. See, Pat doing a lot of stuff with that phone.
He has trouble with that phone.
Yeah, he does. Pat Bradley with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right. Part of our show as well being brought to you by Dr. B. He likes The Godfather, doesn't he?
Oh, Dr. B is loves the mob movies. Again, huge Sopranos fan, loves The Godfather. Hey, over this past year, noticed a little hair loss, so I asked around. Everyone said, call Dr. Beckenstein. He is the best. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Went in a few weeks ago for my consultation with Dr. B. Blown away by all the options available. Even did that genetic testing to determine the best treatment for me. We have a video conference tomorrow. We're going to go through what my options are. And Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or online at t3hair.net.
He was talking about guys walking into a room, Nick Saban, during the recruiting process. I've always been told that the personality-wise, young coach-wise, assistant that has been with Nick Saban, that Billy Napier had a lot of traits of young, early coaching Nick Saban, which is a huge compliment, I would think. Here's Billy Napier yesterday down in Gainesville as Florida's out with their spring practice and Billy's first team down there in Florida. And tell me if this soundbite reminds you of anybody. All right, here's Billy Napier.
I think the big thing I want our players to comprehend is kind of got to take these limits off of what we can accomplish here. I think each individual player has an opportunity every day, right? And regardless of the circumstances, regardless of the past, regardless of what hasn't happened before, really got a choice to make. Okay, you can complain and remain the same. Or you can wake up every day and make a decision, and you can commit and work towards the possibilities, right? I think we got to leave the excuses behind here. And I really believe with our players right now, it's all about changing their thinking. And if they can do that, they can change their lives.
Yeah. I mean, it's like somebody in the Deep South doing a Nick Saban imitation, basically.
No, but I like what he's saying. Yeah. If I'm a Florida fan, that excites me. Now, the only thing that I've got a little reservation is – we heard Will Muschamp had a lot of Nick Saban in him.
Yeah, you did. I think that was more of a defensive philosophy, defensive genius type coach, good X's and O's on the dry erase board type. When it comes to buying into the whole psychological building of a program, Billy Napier embraced that when he showed up. In his short time in Tuscaloosa, he took a little bit from his time in Clemson and time at Arizona State, but his time in Tuscaloosa, he really got into the psychology of how Nick Saban built his program. And if you've ever heard from any of the players that played for Nick Saban, the amount of sports psychology work that they do is almost as much time as they spend in the weight room.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about that. And that did sound like, again, it sounded like a Southern guy that can't sound like Nick Saban, but he's going to say what Nick Saban says. That's what Billy Napier just sounded like right there.
Yeah. Even looked like he was reading off a sheet that he had handwritten while in a meeting in Tuscaloosa.
He's got like those books they used to do about Bear Bryant, famous things the Bear said. He's just got a Nick Saban book and he opens it. And
the poor me's. You got to no poor me's. Leave the excuses behind us. All right. That is Billy Napier as everyone's on the practice field now getting ready for the upcoming season. If I asked you at Florida Gator right now, do you think eventually it's Jack Miller's team, or do you think it's Anthony Richardson?
I think it's Anthony Richardson.
You do?
I think I took Jack Miller in our contest, but Lance is probably right.
One of you took Emory Jones, because I took Jack Miller, and Florida was one of those where I think we were all three different.
I had Jack Miller.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Jack Miller is the personality that I think Billy Napier is. So that's a good pick if
We'll
you've got
see.
Jack
I
Miller.
don't know, man. I don't know if it's a good pick or not.
Yeah, because if Anthony Richardson goes out there and makes the kind of mistakes he made sometimes that kept him off the field last year, that's not the kind of stuff Billy Napier will have at quarterback. He will go quickly to a quarterback manager.
For the record, that's first snap, right? That's what we're doing?
First snap, yes.
First snap, yeah. That's probably going to be Anthony Richardson.
All right. When we come back, we're going to pay tribute to 50 years of The Godfather. LT has got some interesting facts, and we're going to walk through that classic movie that 2 in every 3 people that watch or view our show have seen. I had not seen it until last night. So we'll talk a little bit about that after LT tells us about our friends at New Life Art. We still have a T-shirt competition that's going on throughout the rest of the summer.
Yeah, really simple. Just go to nextroundlive.com and you submit your design and win. It's that easy. We had a winner earlier this week. We really appreciate all of the submissions. Get creative with this. Head to nextroundlive.com. Design our next shirt. It is brought to you by New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. For more information, call him 1-800-735-2787. You can also view his incredible work today. Go to danielmooreart.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The racing, the big one, the camping. It's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Okay, Birmingham, the USFL is here. Are you ready to become the pro football capital of America? Because on Saturday, April 16th, the only place to be is at Protective Stadium for this once-in-a-lifetime game. When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Jersey Generals. Tickets are just $10 and kids get in free. Come watch history in the making. What a game! Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. March has arrived and you want to watch all the games. So make sure the only thing upset is your bracket. Call Blakely's Bouquets today. Order a beautiful arrangement for your girl so you can watch the game without the guilt. My friends at Blakely's Bouquets have unique and custom designs, and they give you speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com or over the phone, 205-579-4900, or stop by in person right on Oxmoor Road in Homewood. Avoid the upsets at Blakely's Bouquets.
Back with you on the Next Round as we roll on part of our show. We got a contract extension for one SEC coach I will tell you about after LT tells us about the great folks at Bromberg's, not just for the holidays. A great idea if you're popping the question. You've got an anniversary coming up, a birthday. Bromberg's can hook you up.
They can, Dunaway. Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Two great locations. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, your diamond specialist, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Tennessee and basketball coach Rick Barnes have agreed to a contract extension after they won the SEC tournament. He's unbelievably excited about the bright future, he tells Trey Wallace and the folks at Outkick about the upcoming season. Rick Barnes gets beat up a lot for not finishing the deal in the NCAA tournament, but he is a really, really good coach, wins a lot of basketball games. What do you think of Rick Barnes? You first, LT.
Well, it's got to get to a point, if you're a Tennessee fan, you've got to be a little upset because you have good regular seasons. He's doing well in recruiting, but it's all about the NCAA tournament. And I want more if I'm a Tennessee fan. I want to get to at least a Final Four every now and then. He got to one at Texas.
They've never been past Sweet 16, though. I don't think Tennessee has.
Yeah, and that's what's incredible about this. But this was that team. I really thought they were going to make some noise the way they closed out the season, winning the SEC tournament. Even before that, such a good team this year. So he's leaving a lot out there. And if I'm a Tennessee fan, I don't know. I give him a B. Again, it's really good product during the season, but it's not enough in the postseason.
7 years, 4 tournaments, 1 Sweet 16. 1 SEC champion, or 2 SEC championships. He was regular season 1 year and tournament 1 year.
Tournament now.
Yeah, who's his equivalent in college football?
Say the numbers again.
7 years, 4 tournaments. He's won a regular season championship and a tournament championship.
His equivalent would be
James Franklin, Penn State.
That's a good one. I was going to say Dan Mullen, but Dan didn't win the SEC.
Yeah, here's your James Franklin comparison. He's also been 15-19, 16-16, 17-14, and 18-9. So those are some pretty average years when he hasn't been really good. So I think Franklin's a pretty good comparison. He's never won the big thing, but he's won a conference championship. He's been really good, and he's been really average.
Oh, he's Mark Richt.
Maybe. Rick won more conferences, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah, Rick did it for a long time.
And a nice guy, right? He's the nice guy.
And he's a nice guy. Yeah. Rick Barnes is a nice guy.
Oh, yeah,
all right. Here we go. Godfather time. 50 years ago today, it debuted in the theaters. And LT is going to walk us through some interesting facts in this segment, maybe a little bit of the next segment, too. First time you saw it was when? Do you remember what year? Close to it?
I don't. It would have been the early to mid-'80s.
Early to mid-'80s?
I've probably seen it, I would say, 6, 7, 8 times.
I don't think I saw it until I was in college, yeah. So it would have been late 90s for me.
I thought you didn't see it until we were already doing radio together.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I saw it for the first time last night because I knew we were going to do this segment. So I'm a little fresh on it. So give me some facts that will blow my mind.
Well, again, 50 years today it was released, and it is voted, according to the American Film Institute, the #2 film of all time behind Citizen Kane. I didn't know this until yesterday. This is really interesting. Burt Lancaster, who was Hollywood heavyweight back then, wanted to play Vito Corleone.
He wanted to be the guy.
So he went trying to pay Mario Puzo for the rights to the script. And they got in a bidding war, and the studio ultimately paid $80,000 for the right. They beat out Lancaster, and that's when they decided to. I'll get to more of when they actually cast Marlon Brando. But
1972, $80,000, and you get the rights to the book. That still seems like a bargain.
Well, it does, but I mean that was a lot of money back then. So Francis Ford Coppola was almost fired during production, the director of The Godfather. Now, his previous movie, The Rain People, wasn't Paramount Pictures what they had in mind for The Godfather. They said the studio wanted more of a over-the-top gangster film. But once they finally saw the scene where Michael in the restaurant, his first hit for the family,
right?
That's when they were sold.
Is that
they were
really?
like, Coppola was our guy. Up until that scene, they were going to fire him during production.
Is that your favorite scene?
It is not mine.
It's a can't turn back moment, though.
Yeah, it's when he crosses the line.
Yeah, it's once he sells his soul.
Yeah, I got two scenes in there that are my favorite. That's not one. It's a good scene, but it's not my favorite.
Can I ask you a quick question about the movie? Why, if we're in the underworld anyway, why did he have to go to Italy? Why could we not hide him inside the family, inside, New York City? Why did I have to send him to Italy?
Well, it's just safer over there. I mean, they had a turf war going on.
Okay, just asking. I just thought about that last night. I was like, we have all these guards, we have buildings, we have the police on the take. Why do I have to go to Italy?
And ultimately, it wasn't overly safe in Italy.
Yeah, he almost got killed there, even though he was walking around with armed guards all the time.
As a cost-cutting measure for The Godfather, Paramount asked Francis Ford Coppola to modernize the script. So the action, they wanted it to take place in 1972. They wanted to actually film the movie in Kansas City because they thought New York City was too expensive to film it there, and they thought it would fit in better, but he wanted to keep the story in post-World War II authentic to the book from Mario Puzo.
Yeah, I mean, Michael coming home from the war, kind of a war hero, I think is an important part of the storyline. You could not have had that in the 70s. I guess he could be coming back from Vietnam.
Yeah.
But coming back from World War II, I mean, he's a war hero that Vito does not want to get involved in the family business. You be a war hero.
I never wanted this for you.
God, it's so good.
The whole show is
No, but
good.
everybody in the family didn't want Michael involved.
Right.
I mean,
But
obviously,
ultimately, if Vito had wanted him involved,
Sonny wanted to take this thing over one day. This is really cool. So Francis Ford Coppola, this shows you like his vision and how good of a director he was. He would hold improvised rehearsal sessions that just consisted of the main cast in character. They would eat dinner together. And this got them really comfortable. They had to stay in character the entire time when they would eat dinner.
Huh.
So I thought that was fascinating.
Boy, I bet Sonny was a pain. I mean, he was so annoying. What an over-the-top character.
Well, Brown does that with us when we all four eat dinner together.
But
Brown
eating in the wife beater all the time.
Yes.
Now, Francis Ford Coppola cast Diane Keaton, who's a great actress, because she was, quote, eccentric. Now, in order to bring a little life to a straight, boring character of Kay Adams, Coppola went with Diane Keaton because he said she was a little bit weird, which I think works out. That is a tough love story, the way it begins to end.
The scene in the hotel room?
No,
with
just
the
between
kids?
Michael and Kay. Yeah.
Well, Dunaway hasn't seen in 2 when she comes to the door.
Yeah, but
it gets rough.
Yeah.
But that's Diane Keaton, the wife at the end who he says, I'm gonna let you ask me one time about my business, and he lies to
That's her.
her.
Yeah, doesn't look anything like Diane
That's
Keaton.
Diane
now.
Keaton.
Yeah.
Wow.
But again, that was 50 years ago.
But the Dunaway, the iconic scene where she's looking in the office at the end.
Yep.
They're kissing the ring.
And they close the door.
Yeah.
They close the door on her. I mean, there's so much symbolism in that scene.
Paramount did not want Marlon Brando for the role. This is what's interesting. Originally, the studio was pursuing different actors, but during the screen test, Brando normally wouldn't do a screen test. This is Bobby Bowden. I'm not going to interview for your Alabama job. You give me the job. He wanted the part. So Coppola tricked him into saying this is a makeup test. And when he showed up for the makeup test, he got him to read during the makeup test. And when the studio saw the footage, that's when they said, okay, no more Laurence Olivier. We're going to go with Marlon Brando.
Oh, Laurence Olivier. Yeah. That would have sucked.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't think of anybody but Brando playing that role.
Now, how about this for Michael? Al Pacino was a little unknown. Francis Ford Coppola loved Al Pacino, what he saw in him. But the studio wanted Robert Redford or Ryan O'Neal to play Michael Corleone.
No, they were huge back then.
They were huge names, and they were good-looking guys, and they thought it would be more appeal for the females.
Yeah.
But once they screen tested Al Pacino, they said he was the guy. Martin Sheen and James Caan, who ultimately Jimmy Caan gets the role of Sonny, they both read for Michael as well.
Al Pacino looks cleaner in that role than he ever looked anywhere else.
Because that's as young
Well,
as
I know he's young, but I'm just saying he looks seedy and everything else.
This is also funny. Robert De Niro actually read for the part of Sonny, didn't get it, goes to James Caan. De Niro
makes Goodfellas.
Then
surely,
plays Vito Corleone in Godfather 2, a young Vito Corleone, wins an Oscar, best supporting actor.
It makes Goodfellas too, which is Scott Forster says is better than The Godfather.
Okay, I have another question to ask you, but first, Brown, tell us about NASCAR and how you can get our tickets at the Talladega Super Speedway coming up.
Speaking of The Godfather, NASCAR is coming to Talladega. Those two go hand in hand, don't they? April 24th, it is a Sunday for the Geico 500, 2 o'clock. Don't forget to enhance your race weekend by adding that Talladega Garage experience, the most immersive garage experience in all of NASCAR. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That's TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA for all that info and to buy tickets.
In the offer that's coming out on Paramount Plus about the making of The Godfather, a streaming series that comes in April to Paramount Plus, they make it out like they put together this all-star cast. I'm going to get this guy to play this, this, and this. Were these guys all popular before?
Brando was.
Was Caan? Was he?
Yeah, Jimmy Caan was.
Jimmy Caan was. What about the guy who
Robert Duvall was coming on a little bit.
Okay, so they had 3 or 4 or 5, 6 known actors that played roles,
but they weren't as big as these other actors they were trying to cast.
Yeah,
I mean they weren't Laurence Olivier.
And so this ends up being, I joked about Duvall and rubbing his racing with the racing movie.
Days of Thunder.
This is his role. This is the one that
I would say so.
Everyone always goes back to.
I don't know if it's what everybody goes back to.
You're talking about for Marlon Brando?
No, for Robert Duvall.
For Duvall.
I would say he's
done a lot of great things, but
he's Tom Hagen. I don't know if it's what he's most known for.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is if he was going to sit around and brag to somebody who didn't know anything about him, would he say, I was in The Godfather?
All right, so
maybe because the film's so important, but he's carried other films. He did not carry this film.
Here's
He's
the way to do it.
Supporting player here.
I thought his role was huge.
When Robert Duvall dies, they will say Robert Duvall, who portrayed what goes right there.
Apocalypse Now.
Again, another huge ensemble cast. Francis Ford Coppola movie.
So I don't know how to do that. You can do that with some people. I don't know how you do it with Robert Duvall.
I think the Apostle.
Oh, the Deer Hunter, says Brett.
Yeah. See, Tom Hagen is probably my favorite character in the movie.
Robert Duvall wasn't in the Deer Hunter.
Oh.
Christopher Walken?
Yeah.
De Niro. You think De Niro?
Yeah.
It was just reading the chat room.
I want to go back to this. So, opening scene, the wedding scene that you didn't like.
I didn't say I didn't like it. I said it is long.
I thought it was really important.
It is.
How you get all the dynamics of the family and with Michael coming home and everything. I didn't realize this, though. But Coppola actually, to add a sense of reality to the wedding scene, they did it over 2 days. He let everybody improvise. So what you're seeing during those wedding scenes, they're just filming nonstop for 2 days and letting people, hey, you're at a wedding. You know what character
like you're a wedding, yeah.
Yeah, and this is what you're doing. Now, they had specific lines for certain characters.
That's interesting. Yeah.
But everybody in the background, they were just doing wedding things.
Sonny had a good wedding, didn't he? He had a good time at the wedding.
Yeah,
Sonny did.
Here's how I'm going to improvise.
I got an idea.
That was Sonny, though.
Follow me on this.
They said he didn't stay in the same room a lot, did
No,
he?
he did not.
No.
Yes.
Coppola took advantage of mistakes. Now, Lenny Montana, who played Luca Brasi, I didn't realize was a professional wrestler, so he'd never acted before.
A big dude.
And he got so nervous running lines with Marlon Brando that they wasted an entire day of shooting. It's almost like Rocky. It's almost like Sylvester Stallone in Rocky 2, where he could not do the takes on those commercials. You remember early in Rocky 2? They said that he was that bad. So what they had to do is they did his original screen test of him running the lines, and they added those, and then they put Marlon Brando's character in there.
Oh, how about that?
So they're never really together because he was that bad because he was that nervous.
The interesting thing, he's got one of the most famous lines in the whole movie, though.
Who, Luca Brasi?
Yeah. He's the one that says, leave the gun, take the cannoli, right? I thought he said that.
I think that was
Brasi's
Clemenza.
That was Clemenza.
Brasi's the one that gets the ice pick in the hand.
That's right. That's on me.
Yeah, and I'll get to Clemenza here in a second. Do we need to take a break?
Yeah, let's take a break. We'll talk more about the 50th anniversary of The Godfather, the second best film of all time, according to some, is it the Defector? Who is it?
No, the AFI. They do their top 100 films of all time. I'm sure that thing will be changing. But, I mean, most people, that are film enthusiasts. I mean, they would put it, everybody would have it in their top 10.
Yeah, The Godfather, 50 years ago in theaters tonight, and it's actually going to be in theaters tonight in many places in America, celebrating the 50th anniversary of one of the greatest films of all time. We'll talk more about that as we roll on. Part of the show is being brought to you by Rockstars Guy.
The real Godfather. It's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor, born and raised here in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make the house calls.
Arch Manning was at Georgia last weekend. He lands in Texas, in Austin today, visiting the Longhorns, but he did plan another visit to Tuscaloosa to see Nick Saban coming up in April for that five-star quarterback with a popular last name. 156 days away from week 0 of college football. We continue the Godfather conversation when we come back on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust
and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. That was an educational commercial break.
Yeah. Lock of the day every day. Did you win last night?
I did. I split
last night.
Not good enough.
Free play coming out later today, or do you have one on the Sweet 16 for tonight?
Yeah, I'm actually taking Texas Tech. I think, Duke in the past, in better years and good ACC years, you kind of get conditioned playing Tony Bennett's Virginia defenses. There wasn't any dominant defenses in the ACC. This is going to be by far the best defense Duke has seen. And Texas Tech just swarms. Duke's not playing great basketball right now. They were lucky to survive Michigan State. I think Duke goes down. There's a reason Texas Tech, the 3 is favored over the 2 here. I like the Red Raiders -1.
And Duke struggled like against North Carolina to score the basketball in their last loss. If they have some droughts tonight shooting against this great defense, it could be double digits pretty quick.
Yeah, it could be. But again, Duke at any moment could bust out. But I do like Texas Tech in this spot.
All right, so Texas Tech, that's the second CBS game tonight, 8:39. 4 games tonight in the Sweet 16. The lock of the day brought to you every day by the great folks at Hemp Hill Services. Whether you're looking for plumbing, cooling, or heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill, the only ones we trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services, they do it right, and they've been doing it that way since 1954, and they do it with a fair price. You can't beat that. Plumbing, cooling, and heating, it's Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. We're celebrating The Godfather 50 years, or for me, 12 hours since I last saw it.
And can I say this? If there were not games today, if this would have been yesterday, I did not realize the Summit right here, about a mile from us, has got 2 showings today. One at 3:45 and one at 7:30. So although I've seen this movie probably, maybe 10 times, I've never seen it on the big screen.
I would like to see it on the big screen,
I would too.
How far does it go? Is it just tonight, or is it running on Saturday?
I can't find. I know their showtimes today, 3:45 and 7:30.
What else is out right now? Why not show it for a while, right?
Lost City with Sandra Bullock opens tomorrow.
Got good ratings, by the way.
And Brad Pitt and Channing Tatum, so Godfather.
Would this be, you got great ratings? Will this be your second Channing Tatum movie to see this year?
The roommate, she's coming up on her next selection.
Yeah.
So if we have a rainy day at the beach, this might be the one we go see with the kids.
So because he was in The Dog, right?
Yeah, and Dog.
Oh, not The Dog.
Not the dog.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The Godfather is what
Dog.
we're talking about.
Back to a couple of things. So it was nominated for 11 Academy Awards. It won 3, including Best Actor, Best Picture, and Best Adapted Screenplay. But the Corleone compound was a real location on Staten Island. And it just sold in 2014 for under $3 million. That seems like a pretty fair price.
It is. Yeah. I've seen a video because, like the Sopranos house in Jersey, people find that and they all go drive by and take photos. The same happened with the Corleone compound. That, they had issues like neighbors got upset because
so much traffic.
So much traffic. They want to stop and take photos and things like that.
Tell me about this next fact, The Godfather, how upset in 2022 PETA would have been. Maybe the most controversial scene in The Godfather is the horse head in the bed of the producer.
It's a real head?
It's a real head.
How about that?
Yeah, they debated it, went back and forth. They went to a local dog food company, and they actually got the real head of a horse.
Wow.
Put it in the bed.
That was a great scene. Having never seen it, but I had heard about it over the years, I thought the head was sort of that puffy gold. I thought it was wrapped in gold that was up. I didn't know it was under the blanket. Whew, surprising.
Yeah. It's slightly unrealistic that you could get a dead horse's head in a bed without waking a dude up. But,
Yeah.
I don't know. Old people sleep
sleep,
different.
man.
That is a deep sleep.
Opioids, man. He could have been on a ton
maybe
of
so.
them.
You
You
never
don't
know.
know. Okay, quick break, and then we'll finish this conversation when we come back. I will tell you, injuries a key tonight in the Sweet 16. Not really a tonight game, but UCLA and Jamie Jackwell still bothered by the ankle. Remy Martin is back and rolling for Kansas, though. Watch concussions tonight, especially with Devontae Jones. Will he play or not for Michigan? All that being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. There you see their logo. Tell us about Precision.
Yeah, again, Dunaway Precision has been with us since day one. Maybe you've hurt that shoulder doing something, or you feeling a little sharp pain after doing the spring cleaning. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they are here to help. 9 locations in Birmingham to get your life back on track, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make an appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
I'm going to have nightmares today.
No.
All right.
Can we do your favorite scene?
Yeah, we'll do all of our favorite scenes after LT tells us about the great folks at Mortgage Right, 50-year anniversary of The Godfather, and it only comes around, once every 50 years, so we've dedicated a little time to it here.
Hey, if you've recently purchased a home, find yourself a little short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of a top-notch mortgage professional. Get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
What was your favorite scene?
All right, there are two real quick. My favorite one is when Fish, as you called him, Batesio, has crossed the family, and basically Tom Hagen walks out, and Sal knows he's about to die, and he asks, can you get me off the hook for, like old times? And just Tom Hagen, can't do it, Sally. And just turns around and walks in. And that's the scene where he says, tell Michael it was never personal, it was only business.
Only about business.
And he says, he knows that, Sally.
Yeah.
It's like, that was a family member, and that just showed you didn't cross the family because Abe Vigoda was a family member. The most genius scene to me is when Vito Corleone is in the hospital, and Michael shows up and finds out they've run the guards out. And Enzo the baker is bringing him flowers, and all you hear is his footsteps coming up the stairs, and you think it's somebody coming to finish off Vito.
Right.
And that's just the genius of that scene.
Well, and I also think that was the turning point, too, where Michael is in, and that's when he knows that it's all family then, and he's never turning back.
Well, he tells his dad, I'm all in now, right? At that point?
Well, they move the dad, and then he and Enzo go out front and act as if they're guarding the building.
And that hospital's so haunting, too.
It is. But just hearing those footsteps coming up the stairs, and you think somebody's coming to finish off Vito, and in fact, it's just a baker bringing him flowers. I thought that was a genius scene.
I loved the in the Italian restaurant where, before he goes and pulls the gun out from behind the toilet, when he tells the police officer, the guy
chief of police,
who is on the take, he goes, I'm going to speak to him in Italian now. And they speak in Italian. I love that whole scene of them going back and forth in Italian. And I didn't have...
While the dude's slurping up spaghetti.
I didn't have closed caption at that point. So
with the old napkin, too.
He doesn't care.
So, and what about you? What was your favorite scene?
It was a hospital.
The hospital scene?
Yeah, I think it's so good because it's so intense.
You have one more fact before? We're down to seconds here.
Yeah, I can give you one more. So the cat, this is pretty funny. On the way to work every day, Francis Ford Coppola would walk past this stray cat in New York City. So finally decided to take it on set and got Marlon Brando to do the scenes with the cat. Cat loved Vito so much, sat in his lap, and that's the cat. That cat is a stray that he picked up on the street.
Just picked up. I wonder if Brando kept the cat.
I don't know. I doubt it.
All right. That's the show today. Thank you guys for being with us. We're back live on Friday at 9 a.m. Central Time. Don't forget, you can always get us podcasted, all of our platforms, and on our YouTube channel. Like and subscribe. Enjoy the Sweet 16. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.